Okay.
It's called August 27th workshop, and there's our board voice budget workshop for August 27th, 2025. We're going to dive right into the workshop, starting here. So, everyone got proposed budget? Yeah. I think just overall, remember, so just as good news, before we get into the budget, we do have an estimate of the collection, the administrative fee. I don't know if you guys saw that. Did Mary send it to everyone? I'm just being,
I sent it to everyone.
so yeah, so obviously as of August 25th, there was $36,000 uh, for the administrative fee. And remember, obviously that's for dollars or October 1st payment, uh, for the $50,000. So we had much $20,000 gap. Right? So about that, we'll see where we get to. Obviously, the money should come to us on September 15th. So, so again, this is how much we have. So that gap is a little closer. Uh, it's a little bit smaller than the original thought. So, my calculations. So, and so, and I'll just reiterate. To start discussions about the 25-26 budget, you know, uh, we don't have the funds don't have the funds to fund it, right? So we have to balance this budget. Uh, so I will say we did identify one error here, and that's the office administrator salary. That should be 67,000, not 82,000. So that is $14,000. Uh, as we go through line by line, just keep that in mind. Okay. And so I don't know if you want to start, but I think the one of the key decisions that we need to make next year is this website to read software. So we have a lot of different estimates. So because obviously that's another big item right now. So that's online website IT support, commission discretionary spending. So obviously we have estimates. So you know, again, I'm not sure how many of the estimates you've seen, how many you haven't. There's, you know, obviously the consultant keeps coming back to us. So the latest estimate that I have is $8,925. That's the one from today. So, you know, are we going to proceed with this? Do you want to leave that in your budget or not? There are some, I don't know if I want to talk to you. There's two other alternatives.
Yeah, there are two proposal or two firms that submitted proposals, and you all have all of the proposals. And so we just need the board to vote on which one.
Well, this is something we really have to have. Right?
Well, we have to be, but we have to be
If we have a website. So I'm not saying that that's a good option, but it is an option. If you don't have a website, there's nothing to, but that's, but we do, absolutely. So that has to be compliant.
But to rework it, to clean it up and make it better and all that. That's an additional expense, right?
Yes. Yes,
It's almost for the way.
because
But
I-
you know.
No.
Now it does save us from having to publish, you know, going put on the meeting notes too.
correct,
Right.
correct.
We do, but there's other options. I'm not saying that I'm saying that if we cannot, if our budget's so tight that we find that this is something that is a want and not a need, because there's a way to roll it back. But I mean, for less than I'm thinking in my head 10,000, right? A round number for if we're in trouble with $10,000, that we might have bigger problems than that too, though. But I'm just saying, I felt like I had to say, there is no legal requirement to have a website. If you don't have a website, you don't have to have all of this. And you go back to literally old school paper documents. If somebody wants to review something, that is not ideal. And it certainly is not going to help our mission at all.
Well, I think we could serve not having sites. Kind of the lack of, just lack of transparency, and just accessibility improvement for the public to give access, what we're doing, what's going on. Information, relevant information. So, I mean, I do have concern if we did away with it. So,
Me too.
but yeah, I do understand there's a big chunk here. Is it possible, and in Mr. Goldsmith, we're going, is it possible to just become a plan without the all the other piece of the website?
So that's what I was thinking, maybe keep our website, our current website, and just apply the ADA or audio I. I don't know how to do that, so obviously we need to hire somebody to implement that. And both firms or agency are requiring us to use their web hosting. So we're gonna have to get rid of Wix, and whoever you pick will go with their web hosting host.
We, for example, the number of days the web traffic. It's just
It's minimal. Yeah, minimal.
5 people.
Yes, just a handful. Yeah, if at that.
Yeah. Well, I agree. Showing the website is showing not. Where if you want to take it to dollars and cents, we're contemplating spending hardware of $8,900 to provide services.
That can be accomplished via paper or publishing or whatever for
Right out here on the board, Rosanna and I are looking at the issue just real quick because I understand our special meeting next week is published in the newspaper. And Rosanna's understanding from our prior court attorney is that you have to do that or you should do that. And so I wanted to weigh in because that has never been my understanding. I think transparency is great, but that is, again, it's almost $70 each time we do those ads. And so that's what, when she asked me to review it, I said, why are we doing this? And she said that Patrick had given her some, wrote something up. So I said, well, just do it for this meeting because we want the public to. And at some point, if we want to, I can advise you that legally you don't have to do it. You can decide you want to do it or don't do it in the future. But yes, all you have to do is post. You can post out on the court cord right there outside of the office. Yeah. And that's all. That's your only requirement. As long as you're not moving your agendas around and you have a place and we talk about it here at the meeting, our agendas, if for some reason we have to go down that road. But the website is preferred. For sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Again, I never assumed on some just numbers. Even if you back out the expenses that I consider discretion. What we say here that came up in the line item for the change for the office administrator salary, so if it helps. I came out with, if you back out just what I consider to be discretionary spending, for $12,000. Still, that's if you're looking to balance the budget, $8,000 for this.
here. This
So we're looking at it right here. For the 3 year at -37,822.
Yeah,
Now that was with 81,000. Okay, so then
point down.
They said 22,086, that's the element. But that's the new, efficient place for the stuff.
we have, and of course, the website's a big one. It's a big chunk right there. So we decide how we're going forward with this. But what else in our budget in the draft from this?
So you, so we start, that's one of the bigger questions, obviously, is the website. So it's that the estimates are all kind of, at various ranges. But yeah, I mean, a significant expense. So I'll go back to the start. We'll go through the whole, obviously discuss items and go what other items. So we'll start at the top. So obviously the revenue. Uh, Again, fixed by the contract, the quarterly fee, it'll go up by approximately 3%. Right now, it's about 2.7%, so it'll be a little bit less than the 327,000. Again, it'll be based on September, on August inflation to be published in September. So at the September board meeting, you'll include that in this. And so that will become officially, like I said, it's running a little bit less than 3% right now. And again, that will become August. Obviously, the Harvard admin and monthly fees or fees that we put in a couple of years ago, that the operator remits to us, those have been pretty steady in that same range for the last year and haven't really changed. They're in the tariff schedule. So again, no change there. Obviously, we expect to receive the $50,000 next year from this is the administrative fee that will be collected for the full year next year, which should cover the pilot payment next year fully, so that we should have no deficit there. So we have a $50,000 payment, pilot payment. Obviously, that number is still in the discussion as to whether there'll be any excess. What would happen beyond if we collect beyond $50,000 next year? What would happen to that excess? Obviously, our argument is that all those funds should be moved to the host port authority, and obviously, since we cover the deficit, we should be able to recover some of that deficit with future collections. And then the miscellaneous is interest and some other miscellaneous items coming in. So any questions on the revenue side?
So that miscellaneous income, that just, that can vary wildly.
So, well, no, the $1,500 is administrative fee for bonds that we bill in bond trustee and so obviously we earn no interest. There are some reimbursements we receive for legal expenses that are reimbursed and things like that show up in that line, but officially, again, we don't budget any interest income or that. The 1,500 is what we know, and it's, like I said, the annual fee for administration. So we budget what we know, so what we expect. Okay? Okay, so moving on to the expense side, obviously the commission salaries, haven't changed. Same thing with payroll taxes are consistent are the same. It's the same 7.65%. No changes in that. The employment taxes are unchanged. And we have the travel for the commissioners. So, and obviously you see the budget and then the actual for the year. So I've updated the actual for July actuals. So again, that's for travel to port council, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the insurance, there's three lines of the insurance. So obviously we have the directors and officers insurance, we have the workers' comp insurance, and we have the liability insurance down below for us. So I believe that all we were circulated the FMIT quote, so that payment is now fixed. That's a firm quote that we have for them. So we had at one point 5% increase, and I think this is a little bit higher. I think this is 9% increase, if I remember correctly, uh, from year on year from FMIT. Uh, it's good. Yeah. So, uh, FMIT is specialized, the government specialized firm. We've tried to shop it in the past. I mean, certainly, certainly with her, but I mean, obviously, the biggest portion of it is the liability insurance, $18,000. It's workers' comp. The workers' comp insurance is based on our salary, on the salaries that we're paying, so the amount of salaries we have budgeted. And obviously, so there's, so I don't know, so I think it's been probably 3 years since we shopped that around. 2 years for sure, so.
Yeah, at least three.
So. I don't remember the results of, if anybody else able to compete with FMIT, like FMIT is obviously a specialist in government insurance. So.
Pressure, well,
Sorry?
so it's the, under expenses, Commissioner Barrett,
Mm-hmm.
travel commissioner, that's a discretionary expense.
Right. And then obviously the $10,000. So, so that we budgeted that last year, and I don't know if we need that again this year or not. So, that was obviously for specific cases that were going on, besides the normal, $4,500 fee to the attorney, right? So, so it's $4,500 a month. That's the $54,000. Right? So the normal, the normal fee for the attorney is $4,500 a month. That's the $54,000. And then last year we added, obviously, several years, we got a lot more than that on attorney. But last year we actually added a budget fund and said for these, I don't remember if it was, there was 3 or 4 different things going on. There was going to be some coordination work that was required above and beyond normal support for the commission. And that's where this line came. Does that continue or not? Obviously, we put it in here because it was in the last budget. Obviously, our legal expenses have been, now, the thing with the legal expenses is obviously the operator has, some of those are expected to be reimbursed by the operator. So we spend a lot of legal expenses. Some of those are scheduled to be reimbursed. I think right now the operator is about $19,000 at least
Yeah.
in legal expenses currently that have been incurred that are the actual fee. So those are for the fabric warehouse case. I think the reimbursement is for property credit fees being used. But again, we pay those in reimbursement eventually for it. Obviously, that hurts our cash flow. But that's not including. This is the 10,000 above that, right? This is not budgeting for stuff that's going to be reimbursed, right? The assumption is that's just the cash flow, right? So if they're going to reimburse for the fabric warehouse, and you spend $5,000, that $5,000 will come in. It's just a cash flow issue for us. We don't put in the budget as 5,000 came out. So, because we don't know. We have no concept of how much those expenses to be in any given year. And like I said, the expectation is that it be 100% reimbursed. Okay. So, anyway, I mean, we also can come back to these, I'll go through all the expenses. Give you an explanation, and we'll kind of obviously come back to it. Yeah, the $10,000 question is there a need for that? Is there a genuine need for that or not? So,
And from my point of view, I mean, my monthly fees are covered. But it sounds like, and just my local government experience too, is the fact that you have 65,000 budgeted, is it 65 or 64? 64?
64.
64. So that extra $10,000, you really should have that budgeted, not necessarily for my extra fees here, because I made a commitment to you to stay within my hours. But so that you can pay ahead and then get reimbursed for some of this. Because some of my, I mean, I'm spending time on the property appraiser case, and I did get confirmation through email that mine will be my time on the property appraiser case will be reimbursed.
Corresponding. Are we just gonna call this reimbursement?
Well, so the $10,000 is not reimbursed. So specifically,
It's not budgeted.
not reimbursed.
Gotcha.
It's not, that's not how it's much. The reimbursable is completely aside from this, right? So it's the same as the top challenge. All the utilities are reimbursable, so therefore we don't budget for them. They're gonna be paid by the outside.
It's like.
So it was just for, so obviously it was for additional coordination for different cases beyond the normal general, the general work that we do. So, you know,
The OPA has a reserve fund, right? So if if the board clawed back the $10,000 and just left our monthly rate in there, and we had to do a budget amendment because something came up. Because right now, I mean, sure, anything can come up. I don't foresee, I mean, we're in the property appraiser case, which will be reimbursed. The other things, I mean, the operator did, to their credit, on the fender replacement right away in their letter agreement, they proposed paying my fees for a couple of hours to review the agreement. I mean, I think you can do that. I just don't know yet enough about OPA. How difficult is it to do a budget? You have no money in reserves. Then, so budget amendments are not something I can do because there's no place to find money.
not, obviously in the past, we've had
I
just the grant.
So that's the quandary. I mean, certainly, things can come up, but it's up to the board.
I mean, if we don't put it down, obviously, again, it brings the issue of us getting down to zero budget, right, to where we're trying to get. So it essentially reduces our by another, we're down to approximately 12 to $13,000 budget, as opposed to right now we're at $2,000. So again, we don't make
For years, like since the current operating agreement was adopted, legal has far exceeded budget.
Yes, I mean, obviously, it wasn't, obviously, the ARPA funds really kind of expanded that, where we had the freedom to do a lot of stuff that we couldn't, again, we just didn't have the budget. I mean, we still, this is the same amount of money, essentially, that we were working with COVID money, right? So there's not a lot of leeway.
It's hard.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's too bad.
Because it's have locals and that and those kind of things. And so, but yeah, I mean, so again, there were still limits at that point where we couldn't take all these kind of things. So, and like I said, the ARPA money allowed us to expand that.
Yes, I mean, the only thing that I can say is that and I think you each know this, by now working with Patrick and now me, is that the 15 hours a month, I mean, that is literally, and I don't, every single email, I don't bill for each email unless it's the only time I open an email during the day. So mean, you're getting some value there that I can, but it's a lot of emails. It's a lot of agreements that come through, and I'm not trying to eat up the 15 hours. I'm trying to save it as much as possible. So if there's anything that does come up, for example, we do have a quibble about the operating rate. I mean, you're gonna have to do something. If it's not use me or my firm, it's gonna have to be use somebody, and you've got to have that. If there's no reserve and no way, then I don't know. I don't know. Because that's one of the things. I mean, in order for us to exist and go forward, you have to have, again, legal services. If it's not me, it's got to be somebody else. So, I'm thinking about this with no reserve, no ability for a budget amendment, something comes up. And, like with me, and we do this, Patrick did it too. We write off time, we do stuff where we come in and we'll work for, it's part of our just goodwill, towards the board with our contract. And so, but having nothing else, no way to, is a little scary. You know what I mean? Because if I do dig in, right, when I do dig in on an issue, for example, the easements that'll be on our agenda tonight, I've spent not a lot of time on that, but some time on it. And those are things that come in that I'm not prepared for. So I have to claw back on some other things. So it's tight. Anyway, I made my case. And I understand completely whatever your decision is.
Well, movie services are dependent on the process.
I
So
know.
like if they know
Hmm.
the art is important, or if they just don't honor something in there, like what's our next step? Right? If
Right.
we don't have revenue, that we can allocate over to the year. We can't just walk in and say we're taking the fees.
No, not when you look at what the cost for the whole, maintaining a whole case is. But at least we know those things take time. But if there is, for example, this 10,000 in there from, for this next fiscal year, and we had to have either my firm or somebody else help us to go ahead and file something in court or say, oh, no, we're serious. You have to do this. I mean, we still have not agreed on the revenue sharing and that stuff. I again promised my Amy this week. She travels a bunch, I guess, for Savage, and that she was going to get back to me, and I appreciated the update, but no answer. But we haven't figured that out. I mean, at some point we have to have, I think, something that a lawyer that is going to have to muscle up a little bit for on behalf of OPA to protect us, because otherwise we're left completely without protection.
We'll start lining them up.
I
So
understand.
it would sure be nice if emergency fund,
What?
fund
Yeah.
our legal expenses to, the appropriate level.
And I know that this board always says, and we'll say it again, it's, the revenue should be going up based on the formulas and the operating agreement. So, but that is calculated an estimate of that, right, for the coming year, based on tonnage and what the facility use fee share for.
Well, but obviously we haven't settled that point either. So that's not, it is going up, but remember that obviously the operator wants to, that $1.50 per ton, which is going up, whenever there's point this year goes up next year. And obviously the operator wants to, or have, call it requested, to use those funds to pay for the property insurance. So, and they can do that, and they not that, right? So that is not.
So the balance of the facility use fees is the 2,882, or that's what's anticipated, that's just in the budget.
No, that's what we put in the budget last year. We received no one. The operators, again, agreements allow the operator the right to use that money when we have facility use fee, to use that first to pay for property.
Well, 6.6 of the operating agreement says that the facility use fees will be directed to an open reserve fund until such time as it reaches $50,000. And it says 3% facility use fees paid by operators to the port authority will be directed to the operations of Bingo. And then additional facility use fees by operator to be directed to. uh, So did we ever get to 50,000? Like, should it?
No, so we haven't received the about $1,000 yet, facilities. But yeah, and that's the discussion that's happening now, and so there's the first, so there was an agreement signed between the port and so a first amendment, not a first amendment, whatever, it was a clarification of the operating agreement. So signed way back in 2018, that obviously that those facility fees could go to pay for, would go to pay for insurance for property.
Well, that's actually in section, I have it up. You probably not gonna operate. 6.6 of the operating agreement does talk about the facility use fee and the $50,000. But earlier in the agreement in section 4 is where the property insurance. It's not great language, but it talks about the reasonable cost of property insurance for the Port Authority premises and property, including all hazards. Deductibles premiums shall be paid and maintained by the operator, but shall be for the account of Port Authority to be reimbursed to operator out of facility use fees pursuant to section 6 when available, which is, again, not great language when available. So
On that like valid distribution account. It's when available.
that's the thing. It's arguable. Yeah, it's arguable, and that's what I have argued to Amy Polson with Savage is that we have to have that $50,000 before we will ever consider this section 4.4 or that it's available, that there's any money or facility use fee available to the operator for insurance until we have $50,000.
Exactly, they should hold on to it, and then use it at their discretion. Right. If they leave us, we know that the insurer, they should negotiate with us, whatever you call.
It should be required to be reserved too. I mean, I think the 50,000 is good use of fund for us. To keep that, and if we need to cut other discretionary things to get to that point. Right, we shouldn't be spending everything we.
And that's the way it was last year, right? Budget, so we used to code the over. Okay. Again, the issue came up this year, during this year, as to whether that can be offset against that property insurance, which is, I think, the property insurance bill is, 50,000.
Yeah, I was 48, something like that.
So. No resolution at this point, so that's where we stand now. So this budget is not, uh,
Okay, I thought I heard you said the opposite, so that's good to hear. It's like we were saying they were budgeted as if the insurance wasn't coming out of it.
last year, not the budget that we're getting. Until we get this clarification, again. Yes, when we stated, and for clarification, he said again, adds to this or whatever. Yeah, your legal questions of how that all works out.
Do we have budget hearings scheduled for our budget for the regular meetings in September, the 2 regular meetings? Is that,
No, we don't.
do you, well, we adopt a budget resolution, right?
Yes, that's September for last meeting.
Okay, just, all right.
Yeah. So we do adopt a budget, but we
So you don't
don't.
have 2 hearings?
No, because we're not.
Okay.
We're not. This is all fees from the outlet.
Gotcha.
Right? So,
Not taxes.
yeah, or I'll just say we've never had a budget hearing. We're supposed to.
Well, I'll look that up. So I haven't seen it for,
We got
but
that.
it makes sense. Public hearings are about how tax money is. Our tax,
Without actually this.
correct.
So,
So the $50,000 too, in my mind, having $50,000 in that account, and if this is all based on it was in my mind that that 50,000, well, there's your pilot payment guarantee. That doesn't, and so we were guaranteed to have that, but it can be used for really anything. So,
Okay. So moving on to commission operations, so the office salaries accountant, the fee that I charge you, which is $1,900 a month. And again, that has stayed flat for in the 2025-26 budget. The salaries for the office administrator, so she does have a contract, that does call for CPI increases each year on her salary. So again, the estimate of that line is $67,000. So I apologize for that. The expense for the office administrator, I'll let Roseanne have a list.
Yeah.
I believe that maybe you've seen, maybe you haven't. I've seen it. You want to cover? Right.
So it has been 4,000, the budget is for the office.
Right
So-
now, we're 4,000 your thing.
Yeah.
So, again, that's a pretty good number, $4,000.
So the biggest jump is the QuickBooks. Everything went up pretty much.
So yeah, so this is mostly, your office operations, QuickBooks, Google, Dropbox, all that kind of stuff, and then obviously the supplies,
Mhm.
so all that's $1,900, plus another $62,000 in just general office supplies, printing, paper.
How does the Wix website cost differentiate from the, website items that the commission discretion, the commission discretion?
IT support is when I have a problem with my PC and I call what's his name? I have an IT support.
So
It's
Six days?
but
Yeah.
But the Wix would go away if we do the consultants were requiring us to use their website.
their web host.
Part of the $8,135 fee or whatever we do the Eagle Eye, whatever we do, kind of includes that they're requiring us to use their web hosting. That will replace Wix, so you're correct that it's not including the $500 website IT support, but that the consultant part is included. Okay. Because I mean, so just so you know, I mean, once we do this website thing, then it would be just web hosting mostly, right? On an ongoing annual fee will be something like a Wix cost, right?
Yes, well, because like here, Civic Plus, the standard one, annual subscription is 5,000.
For them to run the website instead of Wix.
Yeah, that's for the whole.
Correct.
The package.
This is the package.
With the one on that, 85 for annual.
Well, this has since changed. How many times? I don't know.
Right.
Many, many times. So the last one that she submitted. Is 89, 9,000. Well, annual 295, yeah.
Okay. So then one travel from administrator, so again, this is mileage.
Right, and that was increased because I was going to TPO, PAC meetings, but now I'm not really going. So initially it was $100, and I only charge for mileage when I have to step out of the office for meetings and not even to meet OPA commissioners for signatures.
And so the last item on there is obviously the rent for the tech center, which goes up by the cost, again, cost of inflation, so about a 3% increase in the rental for the office that's here and the use of the office. And so now we move down to commissioner discretionary, and so we have obviously some of these not discretionary, like the special district fee, I don't think you can leave out paying that. But the TPL membership, obviously, 1,574. The Greater Nassau Chamber of Commerce, $335. We've already talked about website IT support, and again, question is, that now is 8,900 for the kind of the business package, let's say, plus another 500 for IT support. That for the general IT support. We have $120 for board and verification, $600 for advertising, and then $720 for discretionary, which is QuickBooks charges of $5 for ACH. That's going in there, and then obviously for whatever, but just a mistake.
So TPO membership's not discretionary either. I mean, I think they would work with us if we had an absolute, like, insolvency situation. But we have an agreement with them, just like all the other, well, what do they call them, like the airport, the authorities.
Yeah.
So all the authorities enter into an agreement, and so, and our membership is statutorily required as part of like TPO's constitution, NASA to have 2 seats.
So
Yeah, so I don't know if that's truly discretionary.
yeah, that's why we're going to website. We've already discussed that training. So moving on to the final category is sport operations. So we've already talked about the pilot payment. Again, that's a direct offset for the administrative fees to be collected. The CSX right away fee, which is $700. The insurance we've already talked about. The audit, again, required by the Florida Auditor General. You've seen, or at some meeting, you're not only just tonight or in the future, we'll be approving the audit engagement letter as arrived for this year's audit. So again, we continue to use the same term that we've had the last few years. The Florida Ports Council dues, and then obviously the Nassau Economic Development Board. We budgeted 1,000. They've requested 2,500.
We paid 1,000 already.
Wait, remember this, that's just, that now.
Yes.
Yeah, this is for the payment that will be next August. So that's the budget. So, like I said, right now, if we add in the website IT support at 8,930, $8,000, would add $700 additional the deficit, so we're at $23,500.
To that website IT support. To the far right, the 8,135 plus 500.
Yeah, so 500 is for IT support for Rosanna, so when she has issues with whatever, logging in or whatever, that's that 500. And then obviously the 8,135 is the proposals that we've been looking at for audio I website,
Which is now 8,000.
8,900.
for this. It's 8,000 plus 500.
Yes. Well, it depends on what you guys decide.
Yeah.
That's kind of the middle, that's kind of the middle proposal that we've been using.
Right.
For the budget purposes.
Thanks, Peter. Good to hate to be the one to do it. I'm just gonna throw it out there. If you're looking at a $23,000 deficit right now, if we take an individual cut of 250, that helps reduce that by 15,000. We take an individual cut of about 100, that reduces that, and that actually we'll be in the positive. So there's 30,000. So again, it's the hard decisions we have to do. Certain things that we, if we need a website updated, got to make sure it's ADA compliant. Yeah, you have to take a cut to reallocate some of these dollars to make it happen. Maybe we, but we've got a little bit of time. We know it, so we'll just continue to dig through this, dig through each item. Yeah, this is any questions or
Yes, that special cases now, if we decide that we did need that 10,000, then
I think we need to go there. But that's,
it's a good question to have.
Have
Something for the prize.
you have no reserves. You don't have a budget, like I said. You budget as far as any discretionary spending beyond the budget. So obviously, again, much tighter than it's been in the last, few years for sure, right? We've been able to say yes to pretty much everything to a certain extent over the last few years because we've had, again, that COVID. That money's gone, as I said, given what we spent, the money that we have put up for the government spend, so a bunch of it on pilot rate, right? Pilot payments we have to cover this year. Essentially, we need to assume that our reserves are down. That we don't have, we need to budget down to zero. There's just not a discretionary fund beyond that, which means that, if we want to increase spending somewhere, we're gonna have to find some more decrease spending.
or increase revenue.
And like I said, right now, we have $22,000. So, I mean, if we can remove the $10,000, that reduces our problem to $13,000. We're still not a balanced budget.
Rosanna, you and I have talked about our coach council. Did you ever make contact on Mike Williams, talk to them about or either anything they could do to?
Well, funny you asked. FSTED reached out to me. They said it's very important that
Yeah.
we stay, and they wanted Puerto Fernandina represented at today's meeting in Longboat because they're going to vote for new officers for a new chairman. So, and I said,
And I think if you look at how much grant money we get, obviously we don't have to cover for forecast. You're not grant in theory, but we are in the room, this is remaining. And that grant money, again, whether it be for security or whatever, these work.
I know from our past years ago, but they made a concession for a smaller floor. I want for their age. And I don't know, again, it's that people use that. All that.
Commissioner,
Just my thinking, again, if we have to move it on to, a zero deficit budget, then difficult decisions have to be taken. It would be great if we could continue on with, things like that, great, knocked out $440 to $500 for the IT support for our website. If we had a reserve fund, I believe things would be great. But that's not what we're. So we have to make hard decisions and, you know, a lot of things that would be nice to have do provide benefit, but, you know, we just can't afford.
I know we renewed our audit agreement, but have we shopped that? I know we have, because we've done the same audit.
So obviously, I think you have to have an audit in place by the end of the year, by September 30th. So if you
So-
want shopping, well, if you want shopping, you have to start in January, February. Again, the process has to be done, but we have an auditor in place by the time this year ends. We don't have, because of their requirements to have an audited financial to the state auditor general by June 30th. So the year ends September 30th, and we have until June 30th to get the audited financial statements to the auditor general. There's no, if you don't have an auditor in place by September 30th, to start the work, you know, it takes the auditors about 3 months, and you know, we don't get a report until January, February. There would just not be enough time. So again, right now it's good shop. So, but obviously, if you want it for next year, then that has to start in or January.
So when I talked with Tammy earlier this week, we discussed just reviewing all the existing agreements, you know, for our recurring expenses, including hers. So
Mhm.
should have all of her contracts, all of our contracts, including hers, looked at for, you know, when do they come up? And just let her get her arms around that. And then to consider bringing back to the board, you know, putting proposals out for just to see, just to test, evaluate. I don't have any reason to believe we could procure any of these services cheaper, one way or the other. But if we had continuing service agreements, you know, your firm, we have Santa on for it, just look at all of our agreements.
We've got the security agreement on tonight's agenda at 6. It's been just rolling over year to year.
Just look at all those. And, my thought about the website is that whenever we're thinking about the parts of the organization that are consumed by the public, so if it's a public property or if it's our public interface with you know, the general public about what we do, taking that away, taking a website away is like taking public good away. And I like when I look at like Jacksport's website, I like how clean it is. And you can't click through and view their meetings. You have to go in person to view their meetings. So that's something that maybe we could discuss as a board, like, do we want to keep doing all of this, you know, doing, from what I understand, people can't really hear us anymore. So maybe we can look at ways to continue to have the website, but maybe a slimmed down version. So we still have some information available, like our charter, our meeting dates and times, what we're publishing our agenda, but a much smaller version, maybe we're publishing the current agenda and archives have to be listed. So I don't know if that helps the expense maintaining the website.
And I spoke with Ms. Osborne today, just today. I asked her, you know, can we have something on the website that people can just ask for public record requests, and then I will send it. We won't have to archive it on the website. And she said, yes, you can, but you have to vet those PDFs that you send. And I don't understand that because I thought the ADA compliant is just for the website, but she's saying otherwise, that it pertains to the PDF that we send out also.
So Tammy, if it's ever been published on the website, it has to be like readable and captioning, and
Yes.
if it's ever been published.
If it continues to be, it's about accessibility. I don't think you go back, if you continue to have it, for example, the operating agreement, right, is from 2018. Document you keep on there, my understanding, it has to be accessible to all members of the public. So if you have something and you take it off, somebody could have a claim from before, right, an ADA claim, But we've now taken it off, so moving forward, it doesn't need to be handled through the ADA accessibility requirements. That's my understanding. I'm not an ADA expert. I could become one, probably not for 15 hours, but I could certainly look at it and see. But my understanding has always been it's about what is accessible on the website then.
Any other, questions?
Yeah, for this. Mr. Chair, this is the alarm before that you go through this and makes it very difficult decisions. But I've heard some mention of the Florida Force Council. But it was at the 30,000 foot view. When I first came on this board, I questioned about the Florida Force Council. And since I've been a commissioner, I really can't see the value in that kind of money for the return that we're getting. Our accountant even said it, and I've already looked into it. They have no say whether we get a grant or not. So basically, we're paying for a membership just to say we're a member. There's really no benefit to it. So we're sitting here dancing around talking about $700, $8,100 when we're looking at almost $16,000 in the face. We're walking away. That needs to be done away with. And I'm going to say it out loud. When you don't have the money, you can't spend it. So you have to make hard decisions. I know of companies right now that are laying off people because they just can't afford to operate. We're there. And this agreement, worst thing that ever happened to this agreement. Hopefully one day it'll be made right. But right now, it's the worst things out there. We need to quit dancing. We need to deal with the hardcore facts. We don't have the money, we're short. So we've got to make some tough decisions. And I say tonight that we start with the $15,500 for the Florida Courts Council. I'm sorry, and I apologize if I hurt any of the members' feelings, but we're not a court that's in the same situation they are. They're multi-million-dollar, multi-contracts. They're not tied into our operating agreement, I can assure you. Look at their financials. Jacksonville, there's no way that anybody would even sit down and consider that. I'm still kind of wondering. Anyway, I say tonight we need to deal with the Florida Courts Council. That needs to be completely eliminated. At some point in time, if this court gets back on its feet budget wise, and we can afford the luxury of 16,000, excuse me, membership, then fine. We can vote on it and go that way. But you know it, and I know it. You can't afford it. It's not there. Quit dancing around. Let's deal with it head and move on.
Tough times, tough decisions. Thank you. Right. I'd love to stay in for the fourth county, but realistic, where we all want to carry on. I don't see. Just see how.
If I may ask the accountant, here we do have to, is mandated that we have to have a balanced budget. That kind of lie, but
Right. It's not me. You don't have fun. But you have to have about fun, have reserve fund, have that neutral grant, balance budget, right? So we had reserve and draw.
but we didn't go into the years with a negative budget.
No.
We had money
Yeah.
that we could get our hands on.
Yeah.
This is not the case.
In 2024, 2025, 2026, we do not have reserves to fund.
Thank you.
I love it.
But I think we have to acknowledge that out of a $327,000 budget, that we're budgeting $120,000 for our salaries. And then discussing cutting membership in the Florida Courts Council, where we are one of Florida's 16 deep water courts that are public courts, that is our trade association and the means by which the state flows money through to the courts. So how do you rationalize continuing to take our max salary, but then withdrawing from our only statewide trade organization and the organization that is the statutory administrator of Brevsted?
Didn't I just hear you mention something about, um, it's actually,
Yeah, yeah.
I think for,
Yeah, but I mean, I think some things should be the first step.
you're not hearing any negative out of me. I'm seeing like, you to run the bases for everybody when you got somebody sitting on the bench that they're getting $15,500 for their anything. They haven't brought one dime worth of revenue, not one ton of carbon. Where is? I've worked those docks. Nowhere did I ever hear see that the Florida Courts Council brought one iota of business to the not.
Well, you could say the same for the economic development, you could say the same for
Making my case, I will.
for the Chamber of Commerce, for any other of those organizations.
Well, we're getting closer to balancing the budget.
All right, that's good. So we're find areas of improvement.
I mean, I haven't thought of this version for. So why would I do it by myself?
I'll leave that to you. I'm not gonna try to get beside of me. I'm not gonna do that. You know,
I mean, I appreciate this.
if you want to give it all that, what you did, is your decision.
Organizations like to be in economic development. Like if you look at other economic development boards, like the chamber, the economic development board itself, they have touch points with the county, with the city. They have formalized those relationships because that's the only way to guarantee that you continue to work together within your region, within your state. You have to have those formal relationships and you have a budget for that participation at seat at the table. And I think you should actually be representing.
Negative. We had this conversation for years. But I will say this. You know, we keep paying these dues. That makes their life easy. And it complicates ours. Okay? The only one that can decide on the cargo coming to that port is that man and his company right there. Anybody that believes anything outside of that is, they probably still believe in nonsense. But it ain't gonna happen. He's gonna control who comes into that port and who does business there only. I know, I used to fight it with Val Schleck. Okay, I fought, so I know how it works. So for us to sit here, we are the governing body. And I think sometimes we lose sight that we're not here to be friends. We're not here to be handshakers and bobbleheads that say yes all the time. If we're gonna be that kind of board, we're gonna be defeated at every turn.
You ever raised the point about the grants, that is something. Which they're the administrator for.
We're still gonna get those grants by going through EFTA and those organizations. I haven't seen one person, I mean, they're not interested in Port of Fernandina. They're interested in the man who's in charge of Port Canal, Port of Miami, Port of Tennessee. Those guys, they have their own operations that they're looking out for. Just like when I was in the position here, I looked out for the operations of Port of Fernandina. That was my job. They had a job. They're not concerned whether the Port of Fernandina, Ocean Highway, or Port Authority can meet their budget. They don't care. It's not their words. You think it's going to bother them if we don't send that 15,500? They'll probably say, you know what? We could use the money, but they're gonna move on. We need to move on. We don't need to get stuck in this, I hate to say it, but social status. It's not what it used to be. We have to be good stewards of what we have. We're looking at hardcore numbers. You can't change this. You can't make something out of nothing. Let's deal with it. If we have to go back through, if this board so chooses to reduce salaries, I'm a team player. I'm a team player. My concern is the welfare of the poor and the status of this board. That's why I ran and was elected.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So we had some great discussion. Pierre took all that in, so they can work some magic and let's figure out how to get to zero. So we do have a couple more meetings where our budget towards on the agenda to discuss, and then we do have until at our last meeting in September when we finalize it. So we have, again, it's gonna be, we know that we have time to continue to keep this up. Here in all the grading site, kind of gives all those ideas and ways to do that. So it's continue to dig through, dig deeper, and we'll get there.
And if I may.
Yes.
That figure, bottom line figure, you look at that, right? With it, we're doing, okay. We'll clarify that. Okay.
All right, so thank you for those of you who joined us at the tail end of our workshop. Hope you enjoyed everything. We're going to take a brief recess and then about 5 minutes or so, and then we will reconvene with our regular board meeting.
And no problem. Yeah.
Sorry.
call the August 27th, regular meeting of the Ocean Highway Fourth Quarter Tour. At this time, everyone, please stand and please. Paul.
The gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we do thank you for the many blessings that you give us, the great country that we live in. Pray now that you would meet with us, that you would give the wisdom, discernment that we need to conduct our business as we should. We pray for our country, we pray for peace, and we pray for our first responders and servicemen and women that you would give them safety. We ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
What is in the United States, the public, just since when it's moving forward.
Commissioner Moore,
Here.
Commissioner Hill,
Here.
Secretary Treasurer Cole, Vice Chair Nelson,
Here.
Chair Taylor.
Here.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon or good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending. This time, we're going to take public comments for items not on the agenda. I've got one speaker card. Ms. Kosak, Tim Kosak. Good evening.
North Third, and on the heels of a kind of a heavy budget discussion, we'll have some lighter things. This is just an Osprey update and an ask/suggestion. And you guys know we had the Osprey nest built in the old Clyde crane, and we had a successful hatching of 2 chicks. And the family of 4 were super active flying, Clyde. It's been a really neat bonding neighborhood experience. I go by a couple times a day. I've met and talked to a lot of fort workers, the shrimpers that are down there, and also the guys that work at Beacon Fisheries. Everybody's been watching the Osprey. So they love watching the family and seeing what's happening. I've nicknamed the female Bonnie. So I have a lot of pictures of Bonnie and Clyde. Yesterday, the last chick, or actually on the way here, the last chick is still there. And briefly, ospreys can return to their nest up to 10 years, and they will reuse the same nest. And as you know, they're a protected species. So my thought and consideration for you guys is, what if you leave Clyde there and don't go to the expense of dismantling it? They'll come back and they'll use that nest over again, and it could be a little bit of good PR for you, and it would eliminate any future port disruption, because if the ospreys come back and their nest has been removed or the platform has been removed, they will often find a very close, adjacent platform, and they could nest in an active crane. And if they do that, you can't touch it for 10 months. So that would be a huge disruption to the port and to port operations. So just a thought, maybe you just keep that thing as is and don't go to the expense of dismantling.
Thank you. All right. And we go on, we need tab 8, approval of minutes. 8B, we have a July 9th, 2025, 8A, July 29th, 2025, 8B, July 23rd, 2025. We'll take the inventory.
Motion to combine.
All right. The motion from Commissioner Nelson, which was second, Commissioner Moore. All those in favor?
Aye.
Turn of yours.
Yes, just a few things. I think I mentioned during our budget workshop that I'm still working with Amy Polson on the revenue sharing. That obviously we have to have that. My goal is the very next meeting we'll have an answer, because the 24th, our next meeting is special meeting, and then we have our regular meeting September 10th. So that's my goal at the very latest, to have something in writing between us for the board's approval on September 10th. And September 3rd, an update on the property appraiser litigation. We're going through discovery. Remember, the judge said, okay, property appraiser, you can do some discovery. So they want to take Commissioner Nelson's deposition, September 3rd. We had a preparation meeting with Derek Bruce from Gunster Law Firm. And so we're ready for his deposition, which will be done via video conference. And the last thing is I received a call from the Nassau County Economic Development Board, and they invited me to apply for a position on the board. So I did that because I am interested. But certainly I wanted to let you all know that I'm doing that and make sure that there are no objections before, if they choose to appoint me.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Any questions for you? Thank you. Here, counted reports. Haven't got nothing yet. So, got a report from track. So we just received the submission. So, sorry, just went out on one was for $1,500 for the bond.
Yeah. 15, yes.
Sorry, that's listed, but anyway, so we received a small amount of miscellaneous income. I'll get you what the detail of that was. At the next meeting, but part of it, $1,500 annual fee that we can get for management bonds. On the expense side, again, nothing unusual, kind of very standard, nothing out of the ordinary. So let's see if there are any questions. And then obviously, so any questions on the treasury report? So we'll move to, so you also have the financial statements, June 30th. So these are the full financial statements to the court, including grant revenues and all different kind of things we do. So, see the balance sheet as of June 30th, 2025, and to compare it to last year, just to show you the balance, things like that. So, again, no big change in anything. Also, you see the fabric warehouse, the minus about 2 years after slipping there. So also the fabric warehouse, no, yeah. It's right here. So the fabric warehouse. Again, obviously the port operator. Then obviously the tugboat sale, both those things happen this year, right? So you move the tugboat for asset, but then obviously the fabric warehouse is part of our assets, so we added that. So and then on continuing on the next page, you have no comments or anything on that page, just the normal day-to-day stuff. And then obviously we go to the income statement. So the year to date, so from October 2024 to June 30th, 2025, we have remember, so obviously this includes things like grants, sale of turbo, and things like that. So these are more complicated to read because obviously we received a grant, we received income of $1 million grant, and so now we report a loss of $922,000. We sell them. So again, these are kind of accounting things that don't really affect our cash flow. The annual fee, again, nothing unusual there. So unless anybody has any specific questions, that is the kind of the quarterly financial reports. And remember that, obviously will be, this included to the port operations, the security, and all those kind of things, which will be part of the budget that we'll agree at the last one. So unless anybody has a question, we can move on to the next item.
So do we show the outstanding facility use fees that are not been made as a outstanding?
No, $36,000. No, so the facility use, no. Because we haven't received an accounting on those yet. We will need an accounting. So even if those are used for whatever we decide to do. So the facility use fees are part of our revenue, as I said, whether those go to pay for insurance or they come to us. But no, we have not included those on there because we haven't received accounting codes. We will need an accounting code at the end of the year, no matter what happens, because those are the revenues that need to be reported. And so we'll be looking to report that company. But we have.
Just start
For seven, started beginning this year, or yeah,
but we haven't received them.
so the operator position is that they use those to pay for insurance, for building insurance. Okay. You don't necessarily agree with that. So
for those to be due and outstanding. We're not showing from our financials and obligations to.
And we've got it all.
And that was that the only fee that started accruing stuff?
Yes.
That was the only change.
Well, so the other one is that the inflation factor starts kicking. Right, so we start inflating further PPI change each year. So at one of our meetings in September, just like the CPI, it's been going up by CPI. But things like the per ton fee, the main entry, all those just be year 7 by the CPI. So that was a change. So, but yeah, more.
Yeah, I was just looking back, and they're supposed to be continuing to fund the capital improvement maintenance reserve fund, just fees are taken from it.
Yeah. So obviously you see that in the positive to the account each year going from. Yeah, we have you should have that. Okay. Yeah. So the second item on the for the cadence, the audit. So this is this is per the contract assigned, the escalation in the fees. So the fee for the audit is on page. Page 9. So this is a standard engagement letter for the audit. So every year, this is we have standard language about our responsibility for the audit for the financial statement. Obviously, the auditor will verifying our work and things like that. So, but this needs to be signed again so that at the end of the fiscal year, September 30th, the auditors will start working upon and they have also last whatever as long as the budget around. So they come to the field work in sometime in November, and then they'll issue the audit of the general audit report sometime in January. So that is a whole signing for the 25 audit letter with Mullen Jenkins would be $29,000. I would say so. One of the changes in here is that remember there's a special the single audit department, right? You receive grants of more than $750,000. I'm not sure. I think we only got $500,000 from your house. But when we see grants for $500,000 or $700,000, sorry, there has to be additional work done by the auditors. That fee last year was $2,300. This year it's $5,500. So when we have now, generally because those are because of grant, we do build on that to help. So talk about that. But yeah, so if you spend more than $750,000 in grant, there is a single audit department that is in that same category on top of page 9. I don't think it was this year though. Again, depending on when the spending fall or something like that. So
Any questions for Pierre or motions to approve?
Yeah, I make a motion to the engagement letter.
Second,
Second from Commissioner Hill. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Pierre. All right, moving on to the work operators reports. Ted, I just recognize your beard.
Chair, sorry.
Yes.
What about the examination letter agreement? There were two.
consider that one the same thing.
Okay,
Separate. I mean, they go together.
okay.
There are two letters. The author. But essentially they're both 16 days.
Sorry.
Tonnage reports. So just to lay it out there, it's been tough sledding, at the course. I can walk y'all through, my take of why. Would you like that? Yes. Okay. So just to start with what's good, I mean, Summersile, which is our container line that goes back and forth from Bermuda, they've been solid as a rock. Um, we did have a dip with them because they lost their short rate in Bermuda, so they couldn't bring some empties back for a little bit. But really, we've been hit by some tariff items. We've got a plywood customer that told us, listen, because of the uncertainty of tariffs, I'm just going to put my stuff in containers for the time being, which obviously we're not a big container for. We're going to pay more per container, but at least I can control that. My exposure is not near as big in 20 tons in a container versus 7,000 tons on a ship. Um, we had the Cedar Springs mill, GP mill closed down, announced closure. A lot of our KLB came out of there. That's what they heard. It's along the same lines of KLB. Just to put it lightly, we've had some bad actors. Some customers that have been in there for a while, and they got pretty big disputes about money. And in fact, we have some cargo in our warehouse now, our warehouse now that is subject to a court order. Basically, the judge said we have to release because it's connected to a bankruptcy. None of us, nothing we did. So just bad timing there. So yeah, it's tough sledding right now. But we are looking to rebound. It seems like, especially the Swedish kind of the pulp and paper not paper, but plywood lumber we bring in. Seems like that's going to bounce back. The tariff scares have kind of smoothed out. It looks like the vessels we have coming up are going to be a good rebound for us. But again, it's been tough going for us. It's a multitude of factors to sort of hit us at once. I will say that I'm going to be coy about it, but we are a container customer for competitive reasons. I don't want to detail it, but it would be a great fit for us. We're also talking to a new bulk customer as well. I think that's looking pretty good for us. It's a pretty big bulk customer that's tired of the big ports and the way they're treated. Feel pretty good about that. We're still talking to a company about some imported bagged salt, whole salt as well. That's looking good as well. So I'm going to be a glass half full guy and say we're just in a dip and follow our stock on box. Any questions? No, I mean, I see that we are still trending ahead year to date compared to last year. Just looking at the July numbers. It's scary, but it is scary. It's your explanation. Commissioner, over here.
Yeah, so are those zero employees?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, we did have some timings. We had a ship that pushed to August. But still, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and try to hide the train.
So are we gonna backfill the KOE business, or do we see that? If you don't have a sawmill or paper, if you don't.
Yeah, I mean, you can source it from other places. We're actually talking directly to Old now. There's chatter right now about a September shipment, and I don't want to get my hopes up, but they seem to think they found another sword. And I'd say the bright side is, all these partners are want to move permanently, because they know the people on the ground. I mean, we're celebrating a gentleman named Charles' 30th year. I'm sure Ray knows who. Excuse me. So I think we do have something that's good to sell, the way we operate, and sort of giving that extra service. But yeah, it's just
when it, you know, when our, one of our main customers files for bankruptcy and is in a active dispute with another trading partner, plus a mill shuts down, it's kind of the perfect storm. Is there any-
Arturo allows for warehousing premium if they stay longer than 30 days, right? I think the rates increase significantly if they go their product out, or we try to build them back. Proceedings.
Yeah, so basically we've been billing that, but we've been, you know, holding back allocations. And actually, it's a good time to introduce our Director of Finance, TJ, is in from Utah, so he's well aware of that. He came to join us this week, so welcome, TJ. But yeah, I mean, we're billing it, but we know we're probably not going to collect a lot of that. But we're waiting to get feedback from the bankruptcy trustee. It's just not a good situation with them. And a judge orders you, you have to hold that cargo, you have to take care of it, and you can't move it, you can't do anything.
Is there people like the professionals that perform the services for the bankruptcy estate are primary vendors? Not giving legal advice.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to exercise a warehouse lien.
They can't make you work for free. It's part of the bankruptcy and which you're being for.
Yes,
So if they're,
yeah, we retain counsel, and you know, as little as my understanding is of that, they are briefing you on it, just giving us good solid advice, I think.
that's never.
Take it forward with the proper tonnage reports. We also did sort of new business, which is good. This report, what I would like to do is under all business, I know we have notice to port operator and updates and list of outstanding requests for repairs. I would like to move that into the facility report. Just so we can get that update now of everything. And then from here on out, we'll just call that the facilities report and then include the updates, any list of outstanding requests that may be available. The board.
Could we also, Chairman, have the, if that bankruptcy piece is material, are you gonna report out on that separately? Like the goods in warehouse that are stuck,
Just, I mean,
because you
Just-
don't typically report warehousing, because warehousing is only incidental to goods moving
Yeah.
through. But if it's, that's unusual for us to have. Goods not moving through, and it's not your fault, right? So,
so would you just like a summary of the meetings just to be kept abreast of the situation? Okay, that's fine. I think that's reasonable.
In terms of the factory throughput,
Thanks, what?
the factory throughput, which are maybe moved.
Definitely, definitely does.
I mean, it'd be good to know what are we collecting for warehousing for that. Because that's different than like warehousing incidentals when we is long term. So. Thank you.
Moving to facilities reports. Ted. And this will also include tab 12C, which is the updates and the outstanding requests that I know we had.
Right. So Travis actually sent an email. Roseanne, do you have it on here?
Yeah,
I can read.
I just need to find it, sorry.
So while she brings it up, as y'all know, we had thank you, Commissioner Nelson, for having this up. We had a pretty lengthy laundry list and we whittled that down. And Travis, as y'all know, Travis had a knee replacement surgery. He actually came to the office yesterday. He's doing much better. But he gave an update on 4 remaining items. So I can just read them all if you want.
Sorry, I can't.
No, you good. Reflection, please.
People were asking.
Really?
Yes.
He's doing really well. I mean, he's tough.
Sorry.
He's a tough guy. So the big one, especially that's want to know what I mean. New 10 site for warehouse 1 and 3. The vendors to advise the actual start date repairs that could start from the next 10 days. It's not on here, but if y'all have driven down the street, you may have seen some construction going on with fixing, concrete work to the docks, so no more steel plate over holes, trying to get that fixed. We did trim the tree branches on Third Street, that's been done. And then replacing the bay doors at Warehouse One along Front Street. We're getting quotes from vendors now, and then the concrete block repairs are complete. So we still need to get the roll-up doors replaced. We're trying to, I always tell my guys to get 3 quotes, just so we're doing good stewards of my shareholders, our shareholders, so, that's kind of where we're at. Any questions on any other items?
No, the repair is looking really good. I went out and finished the painting and got the strip up, which is reflective tape that
Yes, sir.
Travis explained to us his reason for that. But it looks good.
Thank you.
The block work looks good. Once they get those 2 doors in, it'll be real nice.
Yeah, I just want to comment, this interchange right here is like what I wanted, and we weren't there a couple months ago, and I'm glad we're moving in that direction.
Was the tree trim, was that, or greater open environment? Was that an expense?
Don't know, I believe Travis. Yeah,
Only, I would have our guys at the time do it. That's probably what he did.
I think Travis had, if I remember correctly.
Moving forward, we have a funding request. Funding request 2025-0002. This takes us to the end of our July meeting, I believe. This is a maintenance request from the operator to us in the amount of $47,715. They provided it to us then, we're going to review it and then make a decision or discuss it tonight.
Actually, yeah, what's our plan? Some new things. Speaking about things. Developing, was that before or after you? Able, after, now.
Hoist motors obviously is critical to the operation of the crane. Like I said in my report, Summers Isle is here, our one steady customer. And I need a container crane working safely, not just working safely and reliably as possible. To service that customer. So
I just had a question about this provision of the maintenance account language, because we have this funding of the account until it reaches $1 million. And we're not allowed to withdraw funds from it to take it below that threshold. So like once it reaches $1 million, we're not allowed to take funds out below $1 million. But we're never going to get to $1 million as long as the operator keeps making requests for repair. And it seems like there's 2 different provisions of our operating agreement that don't agree with each other. And we're just reading them in favor of taking the funds out every time they're requested. So I don't see how we'll ever get to $1 million.
So yeah, that was specifically.
So it says if funds are available, but the funds really are not available because we're supposed to fund that account until it gets to $1 million. And we are not allowed to take money out below $1 million.
Or, fire crew, yacht record, or products. If you want to do a project for it, again, the operator agreement, it has to financial agreement. Again, if I were again, obviously, I don't think the operator never did it, but I think financial agreement, we report our.
60. It's right there.
Question. So, yeah, that is so that there's a fund available. Remember that any repair above $15,000 is supposed to be responsible for the quarter. That's your equipment. Obviously, the operator fund those because we, there's a tangent and inventory requirement, and obviously the port operator equipment, the equipment in good working order, so that when the funds are, they have to fund that. But yeah, I mean, obviously, every maintenance job that costs more than $15,000, you get responsibility for it. That account is to fund those maintenance projects.
It sounds like our goal should be to reach $1 million reserve for maintenance. Is that how the goal?
No, the goal should be to have enough money in maintenance. The question is when can the port authority take money to do anything else it wants? Right, so there's no, once it reaches $1 million, if there's more money going to that fund, the port authority can do whatever it wants. But yeah, the idea was to have $1 million. Once you reach that, if we're not spending money, we don't need to do anything. Then, and will that be done? I hope.
So do we know how much maintenance reserves do most industrial businesses keep that have this type of equipment?
Yeah, one. Oh. Wait. Wait.
Like a lot of this agreement, you can read it a couple of different ways. Not substantively different, but the $1 million, after $1 million, if we ever got there, facility use fees that OPA collects have to be put into this maintenance fund. Well, yeah, into the maintenance fund. And that once that maintenance fund reaches $1 million, then OPA collects facility use fee. Should we, if that fund gets up to $1 million, then we use it for what we want. I just see it as directing it into the fund. And then you have the other part of the agreement that talks about the $15,000 maintenance obligation of the operator. Over and above $15,000, they're coming to this board looking for OPA's contribution to maintenance. And I've never found anything in the agreement that said they can't do that. And I think it really comes down to where does OPA have the money to pay for these maintenance obligations? Certainly, I'm not saying that this is a good option, but you can deny the request, which means that the maintenance won't get done.
Oh, you're done, once pay for it in full outside of the covenants of this agreement.
Well, are you agreeing to do that?
No.
Okay. It's like I have you on record.
I will say it says the cost of any single repair, preventative maintenance job or refurbishment, just to.
For the 15,
If it's not due to negligence, the operator is reasonable and the funds are available. So they always have this like, funds are available.
I know it's
They have like.
terrible. It's giving lawyers work.
If if it's is available once you've met your threshold, you know, your minimum balance threshold.
Yeah.
Does that mean you can never spend that $1 million? That you always have to keep your minimum balance of $1 million?
No, I mean, I would argue, no, that doesn't work for,
Why
no.
not be required to hold? Right, so, see, I'm gonna get $1 million.
It's,
And we're supposed to have like on July 1, we're supposed to plan for the year of what the projected expenses are, so we wouldn't be presented with a cost like this. Unless it's an unusual thing or an unbudgeted, like something they didn't account for, then we have to look at, well. Why wasn't it accounted for? Was it an accident? You know, was this like some neglect?
for 5 years. See, parents.
It says every year. Said we admitted a written maintenance report on July 1 of each year, together with the county for each building, shed, shack, scale, warehouse. Together with the projected expenses for the maintenance, replacement, or repair of such item for next fiscal year. So we should have like a schedule, what we think those repairs are gonna be in July. And so we would budget for like, okay, this is what's gonna come in, this is what's gonna come out of the fund, ideally, right? Like, I'm not saying. You guys have a crystal ball, there, every single board is gonna, you know, everybody's gonna break, but. You have $1 million piece of equipment, you know, you're probably gonna need a certain percentage repairs for that year, right? But I mean, there's a lot in here that, it's like we pick and choose provisions, okay, let's pick this provision and apply it, but if you read it in context. I mean, I don't know that we're ever gonna get to $1 million, so. What are we doing?
More paying. Or, that's what you want for, right? Whether it be $500,000 a million,
So we're never gonna get to a maintenance.
but then it's kids responsible for them to maintain the port, the assets that we have. Shouldn't that be the first responsibility? And therefore, that's what that money is for. So I'm not sure, okay, you're going to say $2 million should be 500,000, okay. But it's still, again, this is for the maintenance of assets that you own. That's the first responsibility for the board. Yeah, I say this only having been where it's talked about. And again, this contractor, in continuation contractor. So most of it's really operate, it's better.
I think we do need this a projection of maintenance for the coming year. Even though it's not July, just we need to ask for that, since we are taking our budget process anyway, and we're trying to understand. How we're gonna manage revenue flow with our employer and new operational folks that, or I think we do need to ask for that schedule, of anticipated expenses and draws. Things. Just so that we can set our own expectations for not getting to $10 million, we plan accordingly with the operating agreement. Tammy's trying to look at how we're gonna get to certain reserves and how we're gonna manage the facility use fees and the payment of pilot payment, which we have to pay to the city of Milan. And so we need to make sure that we have accounted for all the things we're going to ask for to clarify these provisions that are here.
Well, I would encourage you, Scott, so try out have did we meet this year to develop the 5-year capital improvement?
Been here used to that, so when's the last time we met? I apologize, I figured we had gotten that July 1st report in, but I assume we haven't.
But I would think that, that capital improvement program be addressed, periodic maintenance,
And release it, right?
Sure, I think we got it. So I think they align with this weird, it says July. Getting better in,
Right. capital plan for the next 5 years. That is, but yeah, for that, like, certainly in the last 12 months.
Do you remember what the month was?
So, hey,
We want to make sure we're going by the law, the Congress,
Where we received, distribution from this.
So I think any repairs outside of that rolling five into that capital improvement should be, emergency type repair. Strike.
I disagree. We're dealing with cranes that were built in 1990, 1991. There's no way for me to look at the crystal ball and say when the horse motors will finally get out. We just respect that.
I understand there's some maintenance to account for it, yeah, those types of things, you're not gonna know, but again, our agreement says that they're covered for 15,000. North of that, it's fortunate for us, that it's 47,000, it's gonna, take a good chunk, what we have.
And I'll just say, remember, if we don't have the funds in this account, the operator still have to pay them. Right, and it still shows up as asset, just like $1 million warrant. That showed up on the books. That is paid for by grants, half by grants, and half by loan. You now take on the responsibility to pay that. But if something goes wrong with that, there's no funds in this account, the operator will have to pay that. And so I understand what you're saying, but I just like,
Yeah, I'm sure that they have to relay salvage has their own capital reserves, right, for maintenance. They are reserving funds to maintain.
they share that plan with the five capital improvement plan that should. Maybe these together, but they share this capital improvement plan, not a repair thing. But again, I think it was repairs all in there, make sure unexpected. So yes, I mean, they can give you a plan that says we're gonna spend $200,000 on property this year on repair maintenance. When that's gonna happen, or if that's gonna happen, may not happen. Based on the age and etc.
So can y'all tell me when was the last time you got a written maintenance report from us? I'm trying to stretch my brain to remember. Then that's it. Look at that
I'm,
next week and then let me know, and then regardless, we'll get, because it says for the contract, we need to do that, we'll do that.
So July 8th, from Mary, see email, please manage that to some more detail on one.
Thought that would. Is all.
That's true. I just like reading over their description of required maintenance on those horse motors. The biggest problem we have with cranes out there is they sit idle way too long. And when they're sitting there in that salt air, that moisture is building up in those electric motors. And I'm just reading here about the armatures and the problems that they found inside. We have to energize those cranes. They have to crank them up, let them run. If not, these problems are going to continue to get worse. These motors are going to continue to fail. And there's nothing to prevent it but using that crane. And we've already heard about the downswing on the containers. But still, I would just advise, because I've been around cranes the majority of my career, and unless those cranes are being used, they're going to deteriorate at a rapid rate, especially over that salt. You don't think that it does harm to them, but I promise you it does. Get out there and pull those panels, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. You see that corrosion just from the salt there. So, and I say this to, when there's the first sign of an issue, don't sidestep it, repair it. And I've seen it firsthand. We can make this through, we can make this through, and next thing you know, you've gone 2 years. And all you've done is destroy the motor. So if you have a problem, address it, repair it, move on. The cost is gonna be substantially lower if you do it that way.
So, and then I want to go back to whenever we issued the bonds, that was following this agreement, right? And so then under the bond indenture, there's a separate capital reserve requirement. It's $1 million also, right? But that's overseen by the trustee, like that amount goes to the trustee. And that's part of the security for the assets, right? Which is like the operating agreement, issued report. And so the requirement in the operating agreement may not reflect that. And so that's something where if we're not indeed going to ever get to $1 million, because there's a separate, essentially mortgage on these assets, and there's a separate reserve with the trustee, we're never, if the goal is never to get to that $1 million, then
Sure.
so based on your comment that it's our obligation to maintain assets, then I think our goal should be to get to the, it's like, I'm just not getting very clear advice. It seems like on the one hand, you're saying if they ask for the money, we have to give it to them. But on the other hand, it's our obligation, and if it is truly OHPA's obligation, then we should have a reserve account, the goal should be to have those maintenance obligations. Right?
You have, again, potential to build up fund, not spend it. Right, yeah, it's ongoing, it's nothing,
How do we do that?
like,
But everyone, you don't during business report, with this ever earlier budget meeting, acknowledge that it's not the job of commissioners to generate budget, the business report, it's his job to generate business report.
Yeah.
Okay, so not, so they're not doing their job?
So, like a whole,
We're going into.
yeah,
Oh,
this is an action item. We need to, uh, read a motion. On this.
Here, that's before 7,000.
Yes,
I motion that we, accept it at before 7,000.
motion from Vice Chair Nelson,
Second.
second from Commissioner Cole. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chair, what was the count? Unanimous?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, whole business, tab 12A, revenue distribution sharing. Randy doing national terminals, as Tammy mentioned, she's been. Working on pretty gig, communication with council? Will-
I expect us to have something to review on September 10th.
Okay, and I do, I know it was mentioned in the budget discussion or the budget workshop. I have for review the TJ guy here, but Pierre did acknowledge that we're at 36,000 so far collected for the facilities fee. Sorry, administrator. And then we're nearing that 50,000. That says it July, right? In July,
August 25th.
August 25th. So okay, so all right. So it's tight, it's close, but it's closing that gap that we where we get to the 50. So it's a little process. So
I do have a question. Yeah. Do we have funds to cover the delegate? All that's get to.
Or always
tab 12B, update on the fabric warehouse. Before we get to the update, we do have some public comments. We'll start with Ms. Tammy.
Like, let's like, briefing you or. Set of the, two options that the operator provided for the, placement of the warehouse and, on option 2, the one that they are pushing for efficiencies and other reasons. My biggest, or I have several comments on, first one is that the first con listed by the operators that this has much higher construction costs. And, you know, as anybody that is studying a plan or review of something much higher is not a quantifiable number. You know, what does that mean? Is it $1,000 more? And just by extrapolation, when you look at the location of the existing warehouse, move into option 1, versus dismantling 2 warehouses, shifting a location and moving the warehouse to option 2, you're doubling your costs. And that doesn't seem in this environment, and we're already struggling to make some good bottom line growth, that we would want to spend that much extra money to move the warehouse to a different location. Secondly, that would affect more operations because you have 2 warehouses that were in. You'd be dismantling the existing warehouse as well as the one that's being used. So you have cargo that you're going to have to put all over the place, dismantle both of them, and then reassemble the warehouses in this new location. The third one is more of the safety thing, and when we've got graphically up. Yeah, that one, we've got the traffic lines shown with the discharge truck route and the over the road truck route. And on this scenario, we've got 4 rail crossings on the discharge trucks. The other one, it doesn't show any on the graphics, but I'm assuming 2 because you've got to get the trucks in and out of that location. Bigger than that is the intersections of the red and green lines. We have 5 areas where trucks are really going around each other or crossing each other and, you know, trying to get in and there's just so much congestion with that happening. It's a lot more congested than option 1. So I would posit that leave this as a future operation for growth. You know, you listed that as thinking, so move the warehouse where it's been approved to the northeast section, make that work operationally. You still have an option to grow, to put another warehouse, or you want an option to, and make those shifts. In the future, maybe use grant money to do something else, but don't spend extra dollars now. You don't have to, and it's already been approved in a different location. Thank you.
Next, you have Patrick Deary.
Catherine Fair, 432 North Third Street. I spent some time with the student's proposal, and I don't pretend to understand how you would recommend going with a higher cost on a complex schedule, especially when you acknowledge in your own presentation that the original approved location corresponds. It seems to me like we run out of objections, so we should go to alternatives. It's not all money, true, but it is all time. So what will happen if we go with option two is we will go through the same loop we have been in since all started. That added complexity is going to cost us all time. The discussion of the Western bubble will start again, and we will have it again. The unanswered fire protection question is now bigger because of fire loading being concentrated in that area. The scheduling challenge of moving two buildings with their contents will delay completion. The coordination required to accomplish this effort will be significant, and the opportunity for errors increases. They have struggled with the easy stuff, and now they're going to pound it. OHPA can mitigate this. You will sit with the rest of us and watch the situation go south. We will age and get old, and things will not be fixed. You can't fix it with money. You can't fix it with your expertise. You will just be hostage. Opportunity for more delays, emergent, unsolvable problems increases exponentially in option two. Please shut this down. Thanks.
Right, and up next, Mr. There.
Luke Barron, 432 North Third Street, Fernandina Beach, Florida. I looked at the packet also. I looked at option one, that's option two, and I wish there could have been option two to compare the original location where it was supposed to go approved by the board operator and approved by the commission. If we had followed through and not backed out in one day and moved it to an unapproved location, we wouldn't even be sitting here talking. The port would be operating with a warehouse they could use and not be moving. Also, option two to me, and I've been a construction person all my life, and I live next door to the port. I see everything for the last 20 years. I can tell exactly what's going on. That project will be stalled out. Something happened here. By then, the port operator will be out of business or moved on. Commissioners will all be somewhere else reelected out of business, and all of our neighborhood will be some gone out of business. So I don't see that option two is worth it for me.
Um, 10. So regarding, I just heard the comments regarding the time frame, and I know you talked about October 1st being that time to have everything taken care of. Goal option two, how long is that? How long would that take versus option?
I mean, I would have to get a time schedule. I can get that by the next meeting. But we have to start with one, we moved one building and then the other. So, I'm guessing that we would move the small one first. Or, we can move I think we have to move the small one first. To shift that and make room to move the bigger one. Yeah, I think Big Top told us they got a 3 to 4 week lead time to come out and do this. If I remember correctly. Let me make that note.
The other question I had, it's listed on here. What are the fire suppression requirements for that? I thought we talked about this before. Sorry.
I don't believe the story in itself at night.
Really, in the paragraphs, there would be no requirements for the fire suppression system.
Not enough.
I believe the reason is that I've heard this from the engineer, that it's a temporary status. And if you had to run all that pipe to it, there's no suspension in the roofing to hang all of that heavy pipe, because you probably have to go 4 to 6 inch steel pipe. But here's what needs to be made known. Right outside in the corner of that building where it's supposed to be and should be is a fire hydrant. They can bring an engine in there, put a 6 inch line on it, and I guarantee you they wouldn't have any problem extinguishing whatever was there. So again, we voted as a board to put that warehouse where it was initially approved by this board and by the operator. They had no voice to say at that time. Everybody had their hands in the air, and we moved on. Now all of a sudden it's a problem. It's not a problem for me, because in my opinion, we voted 5-0, put it where it was approved. And that's what this board needs to do. Stop fooling around. I said this before. Stop messing with this. Put the warehouse where it was supposed to be and be done with it. Now, you want to talk about something in the future, then you're going to come back to this board. We're going to have engineers look at it, and then we're going to go with that. We'll vote it down. But to sit here and spend more time, well, we got a better idea. No, there is a better idea, because two entities looked at it, engineered it, and agreed on it. Now all of a sudden it's a problem. It's not a problem. Put it where we said we'll be done with this.
And I will say, shame on us for not, when it happened before, it was, we did a slap on the wrist, don't do it again, and,
Actually, no, I was the chair,
well,
said please cease work. I was 1 out of 5. I did not have the authority for her or our attorney to stop them. And so that was all I could do. The city was notified. We told them proceed at your own risk, and they did it.
correct. We didn't force the issue, though, but that's what I was.
I didn't show up with guns, please.
Not good.
But yeah, it would have sat where it was unless, until the city, got involved. I want to say this is no fault of Ted. He wasn't here. So I see this as, again, somebody, a new, we'll say new operator, say company, a new person who beats to the ground, coming with another idea, an idea that looks like it's going to cost them more, but I think in their mind would be more efficient and better operation. Uh, but but again, it's that, I think that's what I'm saying too. It's a new operator here who's saying, wait a minute, what if we did it this way? If you have to move it, why not do it a way that may be a little bit better for us?
I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, you're the experts when it comes to leading stuff like. You're in the business, you know what's going to work for you best. So I give it back to you, and I'm not opposed to discussing something, an option two, if we can all agree to it.
2 questions.
Mhm.
One, do you reuse the fabric on the outside, or do they rewrap it with
They'll likely do that.
new fabric? Then they make it go away green.
So I've got a question to the engineers about that. The problem with making it a darker color is it doesn't let natural light in as well, which is for me is a safety issue. But I've asked the question. It was passed along to me yesterday, so just give me looking into it. And I've asked the question: are there any other uh non-white colors still let ambient light in that will allow a safe operation?
And then my other question was the surface of the port of the facility, the tiles, like they're concrete tiles. I know in some sections underneath the warehouse, those tiles have been, and the surface of the ground has been covered in asphalt. And the asphalt and tiles are shifting, and so we have buckling causing like bumpy rides for all the equipment and maybe, less than ideal working conditions. So when you're moving these temporary structures around, we need to make sure that the surface of the fort is restored, that it's stable, that's been raised through several different channels from folks, out the fort operationally, and so just, that's a concern, but there's a plan to stabilize the surface and not.
So stabilize the surface where I'd like to move it to or where we're moving it from.
So every time the warehouse goes up, my understanding is that they're pulling up all the tiles inside and they're paving. Are they not doing that?
Yeah, I believe what's inside, so where the new fabric warehouse is now, that was resurfaced, yes. But I mean, I drove through it looks pretty good to me. The surface inside, but use the one that we're being told to be.
But the first one is there buckling around the first.
I haven't seen any, but it's packed full of cargo right now, so, but I can look into it.
It just seems that a temporary structure shouldn't result in like the permanent surface of the board being like diminished or damaged, right?
I'm not very.
At some point, we're going to pay.
Well, we'll get to it, but like, God willing, we'll get this grant pushed through, which will repay about half for it. That's another subject. I'm happy to answer your questions.
So where are we? Well, any questions and comments for Ted? The discussion of this, or something? You need a motion.
I mean, listen, I know this isn't ideal. I know this is uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable if you need to. I'll walk through this. I'm trying to make the best out of a bad situation. In my mind, um, from a visual appeal, it aligns the two warehouses. So from public access areas, it limits the viewpoint of a white warehouse, which I've been told that is, to some people is not great. It does consolidate all the warehouses in one area. I told y'all critically, I'm trying to promote uh, container service here. It would be great to have that area, it's not my only reason, but, the option one area to have that open, not only for future development, but for, running containers. And if I look back on Google Earth, then I haven't been right for it being, there was a time where that whole area was full of containers, if I remember correctly. So I'd like to get back there for the first location for district revenues. And yeah, it's significantly more expensive to do this, but I think it's the right thing to do, logistically to consolidate warehousing. Um, and I'll just add to the comment about crossing truck lanes. I mean, we deal with that today. And, when we're wide open on a vessel, we usually limit outbound truck lanes just so we don't have that hyper crossing like truck routes.
Thank you, with that. The action.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not clear on like how the adjacent warehousing is actually like that better, because I see that there's truck congestion issues listed. So I'm just having trouble understanding why that is such a superior placement. I just don't see it. What's presented,
As compared to option one.
right?
Yeah, so when you look at option one, you know, you look at the ingress and egress to get to option one and have truck loading sort of staging area. And so those areas have to be kept open at all times. So what that does is that limits the amount cargo storage area. If you look at the green line that loops around the red lines there, I have to keep those lanes open at all times. So the over the road trucks have to go to that warehouse at that corner of the port, stage up and be loaded. Right, so I have to leave that open. And then during vessel traffic, that other route has to stay open. I can't cover it up with cargo. So, we're taking capacity from the port, not just from the footprint of the warehouse, but the ingress and egress and staging areas associated with it. What I'm saying is, we already have a warehouse where I have the option two located there. Why not just consolidate all warehouse ops there, which opens us up to use this entire northeast area for future development. And then I'll add to the, again, it's another item on the agenda, but when you look at what we're trying to do with the PIDP grant, a lot of these areas you see in option one will actually be construction areas and will be repaid. So we'll get to that later. So that's another thing. We could sort of consolidate all warehouse ops, where I'd like it to go, and then that leaves that whole northeast corner up there for container storage, outdoor storage, and then half of it's gonna be a construction area. Assuming we get, I'm just gonna, again, glass half full, we do get that right.
Does the, so when you look at the layout of the two warehouses side by side, is the red warehouse, what's the elevation there?
So, should have so the red warehouse is just the existing warehouse that's there now, it's just shifted up about maybe 60 feet.
But if there's fall,
There's what?
there's some fall toward the railroad,
Some
it's like
level slope.
slope. How low is that?
I'm not sure. But y'all take rear details. Are just. Those are, I just asked if his scope and looking at the PIDP included elevation search on this, and he said that.
Yeah, so I think honestly, like, you need to check your elevations, because that section of rail wet in like king tide, high tide events. Where the crossings indicated there on the right corner, that is section of rail line floods. So that section with that red warehouse would be, low area that may not work for you if you're storing wood products.
I mean, I haven't observed that. I mean, most of the flooding is north.
I have seen the king eye dive. I've been there and during storms, and I've never seen it in third quarter be red.
Which is in the state.
Some caution this board before they agree to that. They need to look into those flood waters whenever they go. I fought that for 12 years out there. There were times we couldn't even use anything on that lower southeast corner, or northeast corner, toward the railroad track, because the water was not even that sticky. I think in my photos here, I've got pictures of it, but I'm gonna waste time going back to them. But I would caution you, you turn the battery warehouse east and west, and you better have sealers. Because the water's gonna get in there. If you go north and south, and that's what we all was in that yard that day, the engineers were out there. We put that battery warehouse at the highest point on that terminal. And you're talking about bringing in another container line. You also have to be careful, you've already got a container line, you've got 11 acres. period. You can't, I mean, you can't make any more. So turning those that way, you're gonna drastically reduce your operational space. I'm telling you, me, I've already said what needs to be done. And that's because the board said it in a unanimous state. Now, we're gonna sit up here and now put it back up in the air and try to catch the sheaves. You know, then so be it, but you're not gonna help yourself by turning those, backward houses east and west. You're not. I can tell you.
I'm not following, I'm not turning. I'm respectful, I'm just trying to figure out. I'm not.
You're gonna bring that one around on the other side of the other, you clearly see it. I'm telling you, I've had 40-foot containers from the northeast float down in front of the sheds on railway tracks. She is correct, those railway tracks, absolutely they float.
You're not like close enough to be in that area, but I know we have maps, that are in our resiliency planner on the website. And they have overlay, and there's pictures of king tide events, and it's difficult to tell, but I guess if I were to approve that, like, I personally, I'm not a stickler about saying it has to go where we approved it before. You're here now, but I would just wanna make the approval contingent on confirmation um, that the elevation is high and dry.
Without elevation, without the asphalt. And if we- with that,
Commissioner, any other comments?
that was tough, you know, I want to from the previous. Units to as the new person on the board, I'm not, I'm philosophically not in favor of going back, visiting, decisions that were made. But for the board, you know, a good idea, so then start behind, have the operator done while they get erected to continue the first place, be at this point that we're at right now. Where else would be in the location that we directed it to be in. And we would be pressing forward with other. You know, different operators, different people come into the mix, different ideas. At what point do we cut it off and say the decision was made? The commission at that time considered all the evidence to include talking to the residents of the historical district, and you know, reviewing the data which was available to the world, which was the decision was made. I think that based on that, if my brothers would need to, if decision has already been made, it would be to put it back in the location of already weeks ahead.
Well, and then that raises the question, if you're already proposing to move 2 warehouses, why wouldn't you put the 2 warehouses in the other section of the port? Is that just compounding your flow?
Then we didn't get that.
Well, we did actually, there were 2 smaller warehouses there.
Right, and if I'm being technical, there's never an engineering drawing, those 2 yellow boxes that were not scaled. So, I mean, if we're getting technical, so, I mean, I hear you, Commissioner Moore, that's why I'm coming to you with graphics and because we're talking to you person to person, I'm not just going moving buildings, so, I mean, I didn't go against this board, right? I know I'm living with the sins of others, so Here I am.
That's we all.
A motion that we move the back warehouse as in the last opening to back to the original board approved location and be done with this.
Can someone show me what the board approved location was exactly?
I'll second for discussion.
Um. Yeah, I have to report it. I think it was. We had it at the last meeting.
It wasn't looking at, I was adding. I don't see the, spend fund for no reason. I mean, I'm doing this because I think it's the best thing to do. Like, it's significant cost to us, so from the bottom.
This one?
We've got it in the bottom, going up. Now you're doing
Oh, yeah. That one.
it.
Yep.
So. Okay. Is there a description? Like, then. That's not the scale. That's not the scale, that.
Second back warehouse was needed. That's where they would tentatively plan to put it. That wasn't even in stone. It was just in case we'll go ahead and show it on there.
Option one from Commissioner.
I would have asked that where's that 10,000 square feet, it's warehouse 22,000.
And we have a second from Commissioner Hill. Was that over all vote, just as it may be?
It's for clear point.
Yes.
So Commissioner Nelson, the original locations, what your motion was. And the original location shows 2 houses, 2 furnaces, 7 sides, and it works out. Acres. And those do not finish. Well, I don't, we don't know whether. Cause that's half the size.
Well, it may not be scale like you say, but I'm telling you, it was approved to go in the northeast corner of that area.
Because when we approved it, $2. And then also and different thing. So, so in your mind, is it other than? Actually, maybe you're looking for, deliver it there, because we need to know what we're voting
Now, up on the northeast corner of the job,
in north-south configuration.
and actually, yeah, actually, north-south location, cross way through the property.
Can you present and go back to your. But it doesn't look like this, that warehouse, if this is a good scale, it doesn't look like it can rotate. Or 90 degree, and fit perpendicular, but it'd be across that section. Payments.
The reason I say that, we even make sure that it has a third door in the center of the warehouse to where they can roll it up. You could get lifts in from both ends and you work the seats.
So the warehouse is 220 feet long and it's about 260 feet top to bottom. In my mind, that sounds up space for ingress and egress.
But the warehouse does have a side door.
It's got one at each end roll up, and then it has a roll up at the,
But I mean, the way you do the warehouse operations in my mind is you run trucks through the warehouse. They get unloaded at the center lane. So if you orient that warehouse this way, I don't have enough room in the north and south side to run trucks through. I just have one single side door, which is going to be
Okay, so you mentioned, yeah, you need for it's going to elevate the, services or.
not where the warehouse is, where my staging area, my ingress, egress lines.
Right, so it's the top left of that picture,
Correct.
right? And I know in our resiliency plan, we talk about elevating the rail line because the rail does flood and it leads to trade rails.
It's not ours. We had it's not, we'll talk about it, but the rail line's not ours. It's First Coast. We called them, we had everybody on the line, the decision maker, and I've never seen a call where 6 people said nothing for 45 minutes. They had no answers. They just said, yeah, it floods, it's bad. We don't have any plans to do anything.
Well, and in our resiliency plan, we talk about how derailments here, port activities, that if trains come off the track, 70% of those derailments are due to flood events, and that it impairs port activities. So to me, that's a critical issue in putting a warehouse right next to a rail line that you might need to get to because there might be derailments. Doesn't seem personal. Like kind of just that's part of just reading our vulnerabilities and stuff.
we had rail shutdown service going into the paper warehouse, the paper plant. Because the water was approximately 2.5 to 3 feet deep. And crewmen couldn't get off, they couldn't get off of the trains to disconnect and to hook up. So we can keep the gates closed. It does flood, and it's bad. Especially if you have some type of tropical storm, that's in the area, plus you have the high tides. I got pictures with the water all the way up to the white that warehouse where it's sitting right now. So that was going to be closer, and you're going to create problems. But that train will not run in the deep water. It won't run it. You can call Chris down at the First Coast.
All right, any further discussion before we follow up? I do want to clarify that the motion, was not for option or watch to put the original location of the north-south, alignments that we just saw in the graphic. Rosanna, can you do the roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Hill, Vice Chair Nelson, Commissioner Poole.
No.
Chair.
No. All right, so motion passes. So we already addressed tab 312C, the updates and subsidy requests, operating reports. Let's move down to the 12D website design. Mr.
Back up on that one.
Yes, sir.
Let's come back to it after it was moved to that original back.
I can't run trucks in the warehouse the way I was voted to do it. I mean, I don't know how else to say that.
Okay,
That's how you run operations on the port. You run a truck through a warehouse. You load it with forklift. You have a thinner truck. I can't turn trucks. This, that's why I oriented the option the way I did. But there was a. If nothing to get back to what was the original of it. What other changes would you want to be or could you that make it more affordable? That meant,
Yes, we're going for.
okay.
So we're on the website is on tab 12D. I know what we have in our kids, Rosanna, correct me if I'm wrong, so I know in our package, we're still at 13,000. Sorry, we have two, sorry, there's separate, that's right, Shannon will
Yeah, she did.
figure. All right, so we also discussed this in our budget workshop. I know, the question was asked about, can we just do the audio to our existing websites? And if we can, how much would that be? Would it be someone to boost it?
Well, Biz Bolster has that for proposal 1 for 940.
I think this is, I mean, this option at least gives us, a client. And then we have an opportunity later on to work with her, for we to redesign, refresh of the website. More comments?
Back to that.
Yeah.
The procedure, getting that aviation plan,
And that's another $40 estimate. So we have a motion from Commissioner Paul. I second. For a second from Commissioner Moore. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? CDP facility project updates.
Really, there's not a lot of information. We're the same, kind of the same things that we do. You know, approval to, the files that we, under the, check operating, check that drain, and also the, legislative program. We have being considered for granted that full. It's supposed to be delivered today. That's what I need to do.
So, I emailed Kyle Kaufman this afternoon, and he said, sorry, I received a lot of documents today. Give me a minute, please. He said he's waiting for, FDOT is waiting for scope for the, for both grants. That's why we haven't received the grant agreement. And I forwarded that to the board. And that was the last minute email.
That's good as well.
Scope of,
So. Yeah, I'll be totally what we're putting dollars on. Because engineering, all thing. Because engineering and what then we can spend it on if we buy it, right? Okay, so then so we need the following total of program to ensure that again, how much of it's going on engineering versus how much down.
Did he give a majority? Yeah. A drop in.
no, there's no, Correct. And I would like to know who's gonna write the scope.
I guess, Mr. Moore, you're. Said you'd like to take the lead on driving scope. Sure. Any comments? Great. Thanks for the update.
So when is that?
Cool, sir.
So we still haven't identified the source of the funds. This was $72,000. So, I mean, I think what's happening is that we've had a change in the management for previously Customs and Border Patrol made the case for why this was so critical. And we all came to agreement that being designated port of entry is mission critical for Burnaby. And now that's being questioned as not being mission critical. It's like we are not a port of entry without this, so it's not, But I think we need to look at what their wish list is and compare it out what is reasonable, and do you really qualify?
Yeah, there's what works with us. It's not recovered with that.
So we can take on this, like, writing grant, writing addition to it, like,
Well, not the scope is going to have grants are been approved to the planning board. It just needs the scope of work to prepare the scope.
something that like Jim Bradshaw's office, but. I think it might be good just to revisit, the rationale for facilities upgrade, a little history. I hate to ask them to do that again, but. I think we have to do it in order to justify the extension. We've gone, we've asked for state appropriations, we've asked for federal help. I mean, it's kind of, to me, interesting for now, questioning whether or not it's about money and appropriations, but.
Well, John. Second plan, setting the up and whether there's a need for us to go up and down. And just my recommendation, based on my experience. If you're not in fourth country, you're going to bring in the by the repairs that we had and different stuff, stuff, and that's
verbatim what he said. They'll pull us out of here and this not recognized in the pool.
Yeah, it won't be a automatically, photographic jail. For that, those are cool, but yeah, well, you know, if you're a ship, why would you clear one? More than capable of servicing your needs, just to, but not spend fuel to come up and be done meeting on. And certainly, it's their option to do that, but. I don't know, allow that. Do that. And, a lot of discussion has had, really, what's contained there, I can tell you with somebody who's worked with me, one of the facilities from the other side. These affiliates and people, if they CDP, they're very strict. There's almost no need style, and there's a formula with the keys, but this facility requires this. These rooms, tension rooms, things like that. Locker spaces and certain square footage for all employees in the facility, and it's very strict. Neither side, user or the people that are in, have really any set CDT says, different from the period. Don't want to give us that, we'll see you later.
And that will mention there's some conversation.
So it's not really the CDD officer that are driving this and trying to make it it's actually the CDD facilities.
I keep raising this, but I know that there's only what we can do is feasible. Can we co-locate customs with another agency in the facility? An agency that has the budget for funding. Like if they don't have budget, so like specifically like a facilities and paying them.
Yeah, customs position right now, subject to legislative change. Which, like, through Capitol Hill to change it, but their position right now. If we want a customs facility. They may not and normally maintenance. If you want, you pay for it. Now, like I said, proposal information. Flip that and use the customs fee for the funding mechanism for the different facilities that we have. So, that has not been approved. That is not. It's just a.
Any other comments? Thanks for the update. I hate to do it. But I'd like to take a 5 minute recess, if we may. We will reconvene here. Well.
then? Which one? The resolution, but I didn't get the final version of the procedures. So we may have to defer to the next meeting. Okay, yeah.
So I was reminded that, yeah, I heard you were else on. So, we're going to, Steve's ball. Is that true? Yeah, starting with, item, tab, well, yeah, the PIDP grant application, I know we have Doug Matson is here, with on it, of course, and Ted as well. But one of my points is we have currently a special meeting scheduled next week, it's Thursday. We'll be back in, to this. So any questions we have? Comments, questions, thoughts? We haven't come either, so let's do them, do the math and take care of, it's, getting grants. Go through it to Ted.
Yep, so basically, I started here, just really told the guys down there, told them all y'all, what are the systemic problems with the port? And, being a very limited on the down area, we don't have any more land. And everybody that comes in contact with, the flooding is a problem. And then, I, my old job, we had 15 ports, and we used to always ask, when's the last time God was thinking? Because that shit doesn't run if you die. I asked that question in here, and it's been that too. So, being a saltwater dock, I had a feeling we are going to have some deficiencies. I was crossing my fingers. And so really, and there's some top side repairs that are pretty obvious to be done. That was my goal here, is to increase the resiliency and then to do it through the PIDP process. When the PIDP grant program has a carve out for small ports, and it does allow you to ask for 100% funding. In a grant program, there's additionally a 50/50 and 75/25 match. So I thought it was a nice niche forefront unit, and that we could really address some underlying, no pun intended, problems, without the burden of a large map, because these sort of fixes are not, we have some of these other grants that are 140 billion with maps, this is millions of dollars. So, we were late to the ball game. We talked about it, and one day I said, you know what, I'm just gonna do it. And we're gonna gamble. We're spending a lot of money to do it, and I think we got a great partner with them. And really, when I met the admin guys, I said, here are my ideas, but I said, y'all put on your hard hat to your desk, I want you to walk with my guy. And I'm gonna be hands off. I'm obviously, sometimes a very teenage person, but I said, whatever y'all go with, I'll most likely back you up. And that's the thing here is go, and so this is what we came up with. And at what point do you want Doug to come up? Because at some point I'm gonna get over my speed with my technical ability here.
Whatever's ready to ask. But it's in the power pressure station. Try to read it.
You see it? Yeah.
So the top of this speed.
Yeah, okay, we just go with the packet. And what page is it?
1/3. Starts 1 feet long.
So the general idea of this presentation is kind of give you guys an idea of some of the challenges that went into the whole process, deciding, what cover. Obviously, this grant is for $11.25 million, was Ted mentioned, which is the top end of what you can ask for without the applicants in. So we did our best to fit what we believe to be the best combination of repairs for kind of total resilience for the board that fits within that $11.25 million grant. So if you can go to the next slide, I just wanted to do a quick introduction on some of the extreme conditions that actually were mentioned earlier in the meeting here today. So go to full screen on that.
How do I do that?
So you're gonna wanna minimize left, the bottom right, yep, minimize it,
That's the suit.
then. Pulls.
I believe
Top
you were
right.
above so the minimize button, it looks like
Yeah.
a page right above the bottom right. I believe you can click that full screen. Yeah, that one right there. I
Right here?
think you can click that, and there should be an option for action or
There you
Full
go.
screen?
Yep.
even better. Perfect. Yeah, so as mentioned before, there's a couple of extreme conditions at this point. Through our research, we found that really anywhere from, I think you saw 6 to 12 over the last 8 or 9 years, there are approximately 6 to 12 tidal flooding days that occur that affect the Florida specifically, and then also obviously during significant hurricane events, there's significant flooding on the site. In truth, a complete solution that would really fix the problem of there being flooding on the board is a really significant raise of the full port facility. I'll show on the next slide when we get to it. On the next slide, I'll show flood limit, but the 100-year flood elevation line is approximately 10 foot. That track that you're seeing, the northernmost crossing, which is on the bottom of the picture, the crossing on the left, that track there, I checked before I get to here, I think is at about 5 foot elevation. And again, that base, that 100-foot event is at a 10, it's a 10 foot. In theory, our civil engineer said that realistically, to get that out of the zone, you would design, if we were going to design a repair, bring this whole site up 1 to 2 feet above. So looking at 11 to 12 foot being kind of your new base elevation, whatever required. As a really quick number to throw at it, we think that's likely in the $30 to $50 million range to bring just nothing to the dock, just to bring the site to an elevation to truly bring it all out of that flooding zone. And that's also operating under the assumption that the rail did what is needed on their part to bring the rail, because obviously if we raise our site and left the rail low, that's when tidal flows through. So if you go to the next slide, I'll show the flood map. That's a really small one here. But the light blue area that you're seeing where the port is highlighted in red is about a 10 foot. It shows how much of the site would be covered really under 10, but there's smaller elevation contours in like I mentioned earlier in the meeting, that northeastern corner of the port is the highest elevation. But a significant portion of the site, including all we moved out, would still be well on the water up in that high. So you go to the next slide. So basically the point being, we do have constraints of the $11.25 million, and to address those bigger problems, we're really well outside of the funding available during this grant. So our objective here was to find the items that provide the most meaningful while being achievable resilience that we can do. And to do that, we split it into 2 primary areas. The dock, which obviously to maintain any operations and resilience and make sure that structure is capable, continuing to be operational. That was a big one. And then also civil site and drainage repairs and upgrades, which I'll go into a little more detail on what we are trying to. Next slide, please. So just as a kind of punch items here for the scope, on the top side of the dock, it's kind of the smallest items, as Ted mentioned, items that are relatively straightforward. Curb repair along the waterside rail, removal and restoration of the rail pocket for the central rail. Yeah, the Clyde crane rail, I believe it's maybe 50 feet, so that was at that, but, to enhance the operational, surface on the dock. That rail pocket preparation is gonna be for the, water side rail. That just has some significant debris impaction, these are small items. Concrete beam repairs, this is a few fascia repairs, ladder replacements, small deck patching, joint and transition zone repairs where you've got the new to the old dock and you've got slight elevation change. Again, all in the effort of maintaining a workable surface for operations. Fender system repairs outside of the scope that I believe is already being.
Yep, I just want to clarify that this is not, this is in addition to, so basically, we're replacing fenders that are at the end of their life, but these guys said, hey, some of your other fenders are gonna be coming along.
Yeah, you're losing, for the fenders, you're losing channels, as a lot of them have deterioration, typically at the, fascia beam, it's just coming out of concrete, so those just need to be, repaired, relatively small compared to something off about. Mooring hardware, maintenance and repairs, nothing huge there, a lot of cleaning and getting back to full, original, as original as we can get condition. Crane rail repair as needed. This is specifically talking about the water side rail as we dig up, just in case we find anything that does need to be repaired. I don't have any evidence right now that we need a repair. It's kind of a contingent item. And then crane tie down upgrades. Again, speaking to the resilience, it's going to be what your crane needs to resist your hurricane force winds that come through. Next slide shows just some of those typical conditions. So some of your rail impaction at the top left. The bottom left is kind of, I don't want to say it's typical, it's on several, certainly not all. But your fender chains missing, each one of those should have 6 chains coming off of it, kind of hold it in place. So obviously those need to be repaired. The center picture is the 1,000 foot of rail Clyde crane that we're talking about removing to give us a really even working surface. Again, top right is just some deterioration that you have in your corners, which is pretty typical for docks. And bottom right being some of the resurfacing that needs to be done. That specific area is at the extension that's on.
That's metal plate.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. So obviously we want to keep running enough plates. Nice smooth concrete to drive all instead. And that's actually what we're seeing further down the Clyde grainer as well as that same instance. The next slide is on the underside dock repairs. So this is, as Ted mentioned, these repairs are from a level 1 investigation by Callaway Marine Techs. We actually just got Monday. We received their final report. We did our in-house review that had a few things that I think beneficial for all of us to add that as soon as actually I just got it on the drive today, the updated version. So my objective is in the morning, do a review, make sure it's where we think it should be, and then that will go out to you guys tomorrow as we read it.
Thank you.
So from that, there are a few areas. So we're going to look into some pile cap repairs. That's actually kind of the most significant item, just on a scale perspective, within the grant. Pile repairs, concrete deck plank repairs, and then some cathodic protection repair.
Would you explain what that is?
Sure. So cathodic protection is basically a system that operates underneath your port, connected to piles that, and again, this is a little outside of my knowledge base, but effectively what it does is it helps protect your steel on your dock. So you're reinforcing bars for your piles, for your deck, for your pile caps and everything. So it's an additional system that operates underneath the dock to try to keep your structural material against the pools, and it typically does under saltwater conditions. The next slide is going to show some typical conditions. So the 2 pictures on the left are the top picture is actually just your, typical condition of original dock. Bottom left picture is your extension, so your last 200 feet of your dock. And then the pictures on the right show some typical conditions of deterioration of efficiencies that were found. Top left being cracking that was seen in piles. Top right is some cat crack. That dark line that you're seeing is actually relatively consistent on 30 to 40% approximately of the original constructed cast. That's kind of the item we're targeting. That bottom corner, and then the lowest picture on the right is your underside spalling and rebar deterioration that you're seeing in some locations on your deck. So the next is going to address the civil site and drainage. So again, we'll leave in the dock at this point and going, really this effort will kind of start just east of the north approach to the dock. The main items are going to be repaving, root grading. So again, as Commissioner Hill mentioned, there's areas where different types of pavings next to each other are kind of set on different rates. This is going to address some of that. We're going to reset the inlet obviously as a result of that. We're going to clean and update the drainage. The new design will be to help get out the 10-year rainfall event. That's going to include the addition of underground storage, pump station, additional drains within the track area, new inlets, and the big point here being that we're going to design this to manage the 10-year storm event, but we will, in theory, give some improvement to the fort's ability to recover from the tide flooding. So it can't keep the tide water out, but it will make that recovery a little faster as well. In addition to that, we're going to repair some of the protection along the northeast corner where the current outfalls are. There's a lot of deterioration there that just needs to be fixed. We're going to repair the northern approach to the dock, the actual approach slab before you get to the approach itself, because rotate out, fix that, make that another smooth surface. So again, a lot of these things are to enhance the operational capacity and lose your any downtime you have from damaged vehicles and slow movement of traffic. And the last item would be to restore the northern and central rail crossings. So again, that's just the crossings. I think the only thing that we really learned from our meeting with the rail yard was that company is that we report on both the northern and central rail crossings on site, not the southern, just as we understand. So again, this restoration it's not really a raise as much as it is clearing out here that it's smooth where we go across the queue, so the port operations is smooth through there, but also that we aren't the ones that inhibit any rail traffic. So the next slide will show a kind of a overall view. I'm sorry, it's a little small in there, but big points being the area that you're seeing in red here is going to be your new paving area. Can't see them very well on the screen, but the red lines are going to be new drainage. Black lines are going to be existing drainage that's going to be added. Just around, so where the rail line splits at the northeast side, you can see a little yellow square. That is the new pump station is going to be, and then there's going to be underground storage for that rainwater so that we can get it off of the surface into storage as it continues to travel at all sites. That's the main items that I think you're going to see there. Obviously, we won't be technically raising a lot of the site. The problem is we are kind of hamstrung by the elevation of the railroad crossings. Obviously, without them raising their railroad, we can't raise their crossings. So we are going to raise the low parts that lead to significant, standing water. But the main goal is to resurface and get a smooth surface that's good for operations and one that also effectively channels the water to our outlets and eventually off-site. Go to the next slide, and it's just some pictures from there, of the, standing water condition that we saw while we were out on the site. Middle picture obviously is a kind of a condition of the crossing at the switch there. That's again the northernmost crossing, and just an example of what the condition looks like. It possibly needs to be restored. Bottom right is going to be that approach that is the approach that's rotated. It's I drove a tiny little rental car of it. It definitely needs to be considered quite a bit. And then the top picture is some of the deterioration that you have at the current outfall for the site where most outfall discharges to. So you can see it's already kind of receding onto site. We looked at a couple of different options here. I think it's an important point to make that obviously we did this effort within like a month, and we tried to get as conceptual design as far as we could. But there are other options than just riprap as well. We discussed putting in a wall there, just like I guess smaller environmental mitigations if we do it that way. So we have a few other options that we've written into the grant as well as items that are options that lower our mitigate some risk. That's a big focus of the grant. But we've got a lot of options in here that we talk about in the actual proposal or in the application. And if you could go to the next slide, I just want to talk quickly about the application progress. The document that you all received yesterday represents what I believe to be about a 80 to 85% progress. So you got textually, I believe you're closer to 95% of the information. A lot of what's left is going to include obviously cleaning and formatting, the table of contents is clean, language enhancement. I'm not a grant writer myself, but our grants writer made the point that they have buzzwords and no-go words for this specific administration, that they're going to make sure they work and say the things that we believe they want to hear that will make the grant more appealing to them. We've got to finish just editing and clarifying the budget section and the schedule section. Numbers are in line, but we just have to make them obviously present a little bit, make sure that we get all the specific items that the grant requires. Graphics obviously is an item that's still going to be added. We've got a few pictures in there now as placeholders, but certainly not formatted in their final version. And then one item that grants writer would want me to bring up specifically, there is a line about the technical capacity of the applicant to complete the work. So I believe what they're looking for in that instance is any work that the court has, any similar project, if it piece of part or whole, is similar to what's going to be in this scope, and just approving that the court has done some type of, they're looking for examples the court has done of any kind of related work. So anything that you guys have to that effect that we can add in is good. I've got to confirm with her, but I believe that there is likely some portion of the engineering team's technical capacity to complete work that I think is an application as well, which obviously we'll cover if we determine that's how the grant reads. It will certainly anything that you guys have would be great to go into on. The next slide is just again important dates. Next week, the special meeting on the 4th. Our objective is to get you we'll call it 99, because obviously we need signatures, but the 99% draft on Tuesday. I'm going to try to get my grant credit the whole day to do it. Obviously, the second I have it, be in your hands. But Tuesday is that day, understanding that obviously Monday is a holiday. So again, we are aware of that, and we are pushing to make Tuesday the day that you guys have, so you have a bit in advance of your special meeting. That's basically all I had for this portion.
Well, thank you, Doug. Comments, updates, more?
Are we gonna be able to give him range as far as samples of our ability to administer this side?
So to clarify, I don't think obviously this is correct. I think they're really just looking for more of the, the technical capacity. So like, have you guys been a part of large projects deciding for any piece of, so for instance, the structural components of the dock or any civil siding or of things like that? I think is what they're primarily doing here.
Is that gonna hurt us or help us? Like, so on one hand, it's like, have you done this before? Sure. That's a good thing, but then, have you done this before? We're in such dire need of this because we haven't.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would need to read a little bit further into it. My understanding is that the biggest issue here is that for the for America, they want to know that if they afford this money, this work is going to do. So I think that's kind of the basis for it. Is they want to know that the port is ready and willing to do this work and has the know-how. At least hopefully, if we can, if you guys have specific projects, we can kind of write the engineering partner in as an option. And so, but yeah, I think the main goal is to prove that the port is ready to do this work. If that answers, and I can certainly ask. I'll ask Mary.
Okay.
All right, but the little bit of answer there as well. Yeah, and it was walking the site with your guys as well.
And under that, scary experience.
Cities undertaking their seawall projects, we're separate majors. Geographic separation between the end of their seawall or where this would start. But we would want support from the city, and we would want to demonstrate recording that this is similar, or in line and consistent with the ones they have. So I didn't hear that are there seawall improvements or are there bulk improvements contemplated by this?
So were they considered? Yes. Likely for what you would need, for what the seawall, you would want the seawall to do, you would want it to keep out tide flow. And in reality, without an active plan from the railroad, you can't really achieve that because even if you put up your seawall and you raise to your site to 10 feet, the water will still come in straight through the rail. So we did consider it, but really I think that with the moving parts, no active plan for the rail to raise, and I don't know that you don't get any benefit. Create a river walk still gets inside.
Does this specific discretionary grant have the resiliency component in it? Like this specific resiliency?
So that's an interesting point that our grants writer brought up about resiliency is that actually she's trying to write it in a way that I know that our objective obviously is resiliency, but she's trying to pick out words specifically that target the current administration and their likelihood to go forward. So yes, there are definitely resiliency. We've written it into our original writing, so whether the document was in a way or context portion at least was in vain resiliency, but she is going to place it as place. You're right, and she's going to craft it in a way that fits specifically the brand. But yes, our original discussions were focusing on resiliency. And truly, they all fit into a similar category. It's just what word do what word does Mayor Adams see? I see that. That's what she's going to make sure is the focus part action. That's
So did you consult this document at all?
We did, yeah, we went back through, actually, that was one of the first, before we came on site, that's another, an additional officer with personnel. That was a document that helped us kind of lead our direction, but again, there's a big gap between, what's mentioned, in that CRIP document, and truly what we can achieve within this 11.25.
It sounds like it's focusing on this drainage system piece.
Yeah, so if you break out like on a percentage basis, like the split dock and the site side, it actually ends up shifting higher to the dock, being a priority item. So it's, I want to say that I don't remember the number exactly, but I think we're in the 60/40
It's just about six.
on the dock side of things actually. Because obviously without your dock structure, the yard doesn't very.
Well, it's snowballs.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a good point, is the objective of fixing, as many items as we have listed in them, specifically the underwater dock portion of the structure, is to stop the deterioration where it is, but also prevent future deterioration. So having a study in here to figure out, like, why did it fail? Was it the original contract? What was it? And then obviously having a repair to reflect, a solution that addresses the problem versus just covering up the old damage.
So just friendly, what are other boards doing? Because all the other boards have similar problems with elevation involved on coastal low-lying areas and they're to the.
Yeah, I came to one. So like Columbus Street Terminal in downtown Charleston, we had a 5-year rolling plan called Raise the Cave. So it was a non-pile supported port in Federal Marsh, and they stored BMWs on it. But if you go out and look at like the light posts, like it would all of a sudden, you would see those are pile supported. You would see everything sink, and then they would spend tens of millions of dollars every 5 years to just pave over it.
Yeah, so it's constant maintenance. It's just
Cost.
and it's kind of to looking at the true fix, raising your sites, 8 feet, 5 to 8 feet. It's just not, you're basically rebuilding. So really, it's a lot of what kind of mitigation can we do within the scope of, how much money we have or how much funding we have access to.
And it was clear in our call for railroad, there was zero chance we were going to get movement in any kind of collaboration with them.
Definitely.
Within this time, if no way.
So what is their?
They don't have a plan. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny.
No,
So to be owned by Jimson and Wyoming, mega large company, it's striking. They could have been playing with us too, right? But it's really striking. They just said there's all kind of shrugs that we don't know. We spend a lot of money on rail because it's covered up with salt water every other day. We just replace the rail. And it's like, I think, just my opinion is that that services one customer, right? And we just talked about, I'm not saying that mill is going to ever shut down, but I'm just saying if that were a thoroughfare, like going to their main yard, it would fix that. That's the end of the line, right? That's my opinion, is that it's not working for those box cars to go in. That's my
yeah, their basic point was that yes, they're aware of the problem and stakes for them to have to continually fix it. But to Ted's point, they had no plan at all. When we asked them, is that something you'd be able to look at? Everybody's just kind of look around, ask the next guy. But no.
Take it all out.
now.
Sell the dirt.
Big mouth.
Sell the dirt city, their seawall. Sorry.
Yeah, it's does great job. Really, we kicked around a lot of different ideas, and these guys hit it out of the park and said, "Hey, it's 11.25. We got to stay within it, and we got to fix these. See what we can do. It's going to be band-aids, but I'd rather have a band-aid than a guts wood."
Right. And to that point, we have scoped and we're up to 11. That's exactly narrow our scope to fit within the constraints of the grant. With that being said, the fixes, the narrowing we had to do really truly wasn't all that much extra on for the specific items we were looking at. We didn't have to narrow too much from, we had kind of a three-pronged approach of top side dock, underside dock, the yard and stand that specifically there. And we didn't go too far over that with our initial, nobody trying to balance with each other. Estimates, we didn't go too far past, but we did have to narrow the scope a little bit. So there is some additional items that will be included when you have the underlying. It's the difference between, it was in the presentation, but their recommendations were to repair 30 to 40%. Obviously, they did a level one inspection, which is an intense detail on every piece. They recommended 30 to 40% repairs caps. Basically, what we did to reduce to get within the scope was we moved from 40% to 30%. So we did the lower there estimate. Well, just really to get with it.
And I'll say, like, from my corner, I think it represents a good first step because I mean, we get awarded this and we execute on it well. Now we have a good track record with NARAD, and every year we can name it part 2, part 3, part 4. We can come up with a fundamental plan, in 5-6 years, we can really have, an upgraded port in a lot of different ways. So I mean, hopefully, we get this first step.
Any electrical gonna be combined into this?
Really,
Any more?
so not specifically, obviously the pump station will have some electrical components run to it, and then if the product protection is, still fits within the budget constraints that we have, the product protection service up there, but
That it needs it, because I know from that, fuel tank in front of the sheds, all the way to the north end, especially down there around the finger pier when the tug is setting. And major electrical issues.
All right, so Doug, thank you for your presentation. It's great for us. Definitely look forward to being back next week. So we'll see you then.
yeah, any comments you guys have? Just send it on. We're continuing to get current, so we'll keep on. Look forward to any comments. Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, boss.
Chair, I have a
Yes.
question. So who's going, does OPA have an answer for his question about, the projects that we've done?
You should have our guys. What's good done? What's good?
The last major problem that I called 2012, where out in front of the interchange, they went through there and put the same quality of asphalt down as they have on runway because of the way the stack. That's the only major project that I know anything about, and it was a major ordeal. So I don't know if that fit into that category, but I think it did. I mean, it was engineered by the county, so they all had a part in it. So
Yeah, and they like people looking at this. So any small amount of documentation we get, they can, there, what we need.
And you have a line item for vendor system repairs. My understanding was that you have this.
So that's what he's saying, is fender system repairs. What we're doing is fender system replacing 3 fenders with the FDOT. So there are other ones in need. They're not at the end of their useful life, but they're getting. So that's
adding a change.
adding change, basically adding change.
But we just need to make sure that it's clear how that is different from the other grant and the other work done.
We can, but the replacement we're doing right now with TIC, a state grant for replacement. This is a federal grant for enhancements for repair.
But I think you could point that, say that we've got funding for separate projects, and that this is an enhancement to existing. We've already made some other investments here, made some investments over here. we want to do these new investments, just so that they understand, because they search and they watch our meetings. And we applied to grants from there before, where the operators had applied for 2 separate grants for the same project. That was a very big deal, it was very bad. So we just want to be absolutely clear about
Okay.
Mr. Chair, before you move on, this is listed as an action item, but I'm not sure we need.
I don't think, yeah, I think this, I mean.
You defer it to the special meeting.
Defer, especially for.
Okay. Do you need anything from us tonight?
No.
Okay.
So in the interest of time, because we have to be out of here before the alarms go off at 9:30, so we have to do it, and we have not even made it to the end of all business and to new business. So there's these items that we're going to need to move to meeting. The rolling travel assistance, is that something you need now?
Well, that is due to be, the submission is September 8th. The portal opens at 2 p.m. So we worked on this grant application with MARAD, remember, back in March. And when I submitted together with Kyle Clark, and then the portal just broke down. And so now they're gonna open the portal again, and we're gonna resubmit. So what I need from the operator is, I forwarded you the 2 projects. Does that still stand? Do you want us?
I replied to your email stating that if you read the description of the rural travel assistance program, it funds the planning of projects. So the 2 projects that were listed for planning is, one of them is CPP. I believe you already have a state grant, so I don't want to double dip here. And the other one was for
Port structural repairs.
right, and I feel like we're kind of addressing that through the PIDP. So I'll do whatever y'all want me to, but I took 10 minutes to read the description. It didn't connect with me how, like, why would we apply for this? I don't understand that.
Are there any other, the other projects on the wish list? It would be good to have a planning.
Yeah, I mean, we could plan out the brain repairs. I don't know. Can we defer to next meeting? We just got a lot going on right now.
It's that's a little tough thing. Doesn't a lot of when we can add that. You know,
It's
determine if we're gonna apply for it. There did a resolution back in March.
That's attached to the.
Trying to like. And then at that point, we were going to apply, we didn't know whether to apply for it. So that's why we listed these projects.
Now, if we want to, it would certainly behoove me, if we want to swap, it would be great for me. It's a 100% grant. I wouldn't have to pay the matching, but then we've got to be prepared to go to FDOT and say, hey, I want to retract. I want to give you back these funds. I want to retract.
So the way it works, it's first come, first served. So if you log into the portal, you submit your application. You pretty much, like, if you fill in all of the items, you get the funding, first come, first served. That's the way it was explained. Like, they might have changed the program because they've seen me change.
So I think the simple thing is, we just want to copy and paste what y'all have. If y'all want to vote to do that, then so do. I'm cool.
well, the reason that we didn't go through with the application, put the information in if they closed. The grant administrator closed the process because of the changes in that change in administration. So they basically just closed the process. It wasn't that it didn't apply to it. Said we're going to issue it, we're going to move it in at a later date, unspecified. Subsequent to that, we started with Florence figures in 2002. So there could be some overlap. The two, but the light of GFP should probably look at. at what we requested, we we'll try and see if there's any areas of overlap. If there's any other projects, on our wishing list, if probably wishing list.
So why couldn't I just go after the engineering for the same project we're applying for PIGP, we're applying to actually do the work? Is that design build?
I've already paid.
He's gonna produce engineered plans for those work. There's no other engineering component.
That, yeah, correct.
It's design.
Yes.
But you could be, plus the chop obviously the scope of the grant is not written, right? That's what they're preparing. So in theory, you could do the PIP, get a planning grant, PIP, you could use that one. So sorry, travel, and then as long as you write the scope on for the two grants that we have, where we can spend it on other items beyond the plan.
Actual construction, could we do that?
Yeah, as far as I mean, state land, we spend on, again, we're writing the scope for that, so again, as long as we include, as long as we want the scope broad enough, we can get this.
I'm just terrified of getting in trouble with that.
Or legal, technical, financial advice.
But you do that, right? Why, let's just make the scope broad enough, so that we can spend that money on stuff that's already.
So PIP taking the actual construction. But the role in driver would only be for legal, technical, and financial advice.
Yeah, that's what the CDP we're in playing. And yes,
Well, we've got approval for the upstate grant, the scope of work, to say.
still work to be broader, just plan.
I just need somebody to write the scope or answer the questions. And then I will submit it. Yeah, that's what I need to know. This is a 54.2 million with no match.
Okay, I make a motion that we apply for a building travel assistance program grant.
Alright, so the motion from
For this.
Can you specify which project?
For CDP or other project. That's okay.
and second for Paul. All those in favor? Step 12H, was in ACH payments. Is that okay? Perfect. So we're
Yeah, can we defer?
New business. What I would like to do for new business, tab 13C. I want Mr. Grimm here to speak on this item. I need to take up more of his time. So if works okay, I'd like to go ahead to tab 13C. Mr. Grimm, welcome.
Thank you. Been in communication with Ms. Bob regarding development of a parcel due south of one of your warehouses right on the street. I believe the package was circulated around. This is property that I believe was disclosed many years ago, and there used to be access into your property from Third Street due north, which has been vacated, and so your access now comes off Second Street. Well, through all that, you have that still exists drainage pipe underneath that. So we are proposing a 19-key boutique hotel on our property, and that drain pipe is in conflict with footings that will go in. And so we have our civil engineers and communicating and working with the water management district and the city have prepared a new design that intersects your current drain pipe within your drive, routed over to the pipe part, just done that with pipe back system. So we're simply asking for, this will be an actually small
drain system, because the pipe will be a little bit larger from that point of connection going down, it'll be larger. That overall system does tend to plug up, it's slow, it's small, tend to plug up, so there will be some slight improvement. Your ground's high, I'm sure you don't really care, that's just land, when that doesn't occur, but we're simply here to ask for your approval and signatures on a construction easement. Access onto your property as well as would be saw cutting your drive, interrupting that drive for a brief period of time to make a connection, main will be dropped in, connecting that big pipe, and then time will be persistent. We've also presented the second easement that gives you a perpetual easement, which should have been in place with the existing line, but the transfer line never existed. But technically, if you prefer, we also provided a second easement that gives you perpetual right to have that your drain go through all the do so.
Okay. How long was the interruption? Just ballpark.
A week or less.
Okay.
Because what we would do, the overall construction course is longer. The drainage, we would start at the low end, work our way up, but we would get close to your property and then, open it up. If we, yeah,
We're the ones operating, it's just communication. That's
yeah,
all.
if I get your phone number, I'm happy when we get close ahead of time, we'll just start coordinating.
They like Travis way more than they like me to get Travis's number.
My, I guess my internet's really slow, so it's not downloading the draft easement. Just gonna look at it. I appreciate Tanya being really quick with turning it around your comments. I'm concerned about just operational impact to the board, so I think it's right to just ask we have an engineer to look at the drawings or to have Savage look at it, see if there's any impact.
We have, well, in terms of our engineer, we don't have somebody on staff, but we have Aptum on a continuing contract. So what I did was Ron Coddington, who we've dealt with here before, and David Wallace, I asked him I forwarded the drainage plan that I received, I think yesterday or maybe the day before, maybe anyway, the last few days. And I forwarded that to him and I just said, can you just give me like a ballpark how long this would take? And he said it would take no more than 2 hours, but certainly just a small amount of time.
So you won't be planning to cover those costs.
Oh, yeah, no, this is all. So any impact, because we will have a salt cut or asphalt, and we'll put it back to existing condition, there's zero cost to.
And there's provision for inspection when the work.
I'm sorry.
Is there provision for inspection when the work is done?
So the work is from what the temporary easement says, and I know that the attorney that worked with them on this is not here, so I'm not trying to be too technical. The temporary construction easement only allows for work on OHPA property where that drive is for the temporary time until the work is finished, and then we request a release. In terms of inspection and approval, it does not provide for.
Say it's not.
Well, yes, it requires restoration of the area, absolutely.
Something in it says that we can tell them, yes, it's restored, and then it's done.
Yeah, it doesn't say exactly that. It just says it has to be restored to the existing condition prior to construction or better. So yes, we can call that out.
And that release also allows you don't get to release it until you prove.
Right.
So that gives you, I might add, Commissioner Hill, the inspection is also required by the water management district.
Right.
Water management district in the city as well. That returning to existing condition, they're not as concerned about that. So that's on your shoulders, but everything at the ground is inspections required.
What condition it's in currently.
Yeah, and it's not good. I mean, I haven't been at the site, but we know that it's not terrific out there. There's not, and Mr. Grimm, I'm not putting you on the spot at all, but with the temporary easement, which is the green box, the green rectangle up there is about 875 square feet approximately. I drew that in there, which is why it looks so bad. That little area right there is only basically to access the property. There's not going to be, when you said dropping a manhole in, any of that is not covered by the easement. A manhole is a permanent structure with what's connected to it, and if that manhole is on the OPA property, which it must not be because the easement does not cover that. The temporary easement is for you and your client to work on OPA property in that green thing. The permanent drainage easement that the property owner is also as part of this is so that the stormwater flow, it doesn't say anything about structures. It says the stormwater flow from OPA's property going across his client's property is what the drainage easement covers. And it is fully on the neighboring property owner's property, not on OPA's. OPA's has the right to have our water discharge across their property to whatever structures they have to initially get it off those. So, yeah. Yeah, and I'm not sure, Mr. Grimm, did you understand what Commissioner Hill, when she said, is your client willing to pay for that? I think what she's saying is your client willing to pay the OPA engineer the couple of hours of time it takes for them to look at your plans to see if it meets OPA's
Yeah,
needs.
I've heard for possible. There is,
Just carry back to, Commissioner Porter and whoever else are board members. That we do have another attorney that is willing to work with us for the hours. And he would bill his time separately just for this, so it's $500,000 for help. And so it would be just for this matter and also just for our engineering company, our engineering firm to invoice just for this.
Yeah.
2 hours.
Tim Pointer is my former employer, so that,
And so I just was gonna offer that to him, and because we do wanna be reimbursed, we do not have a budget for additional legal time, we don't have a budget for engineering for this. So that's really my only condition is that it doesn't impact, operations. If I were to, then we need to cover our costs for doing this.
Yeah, and if I may, from our perspective, 'cause I know we meet once a month, in these meetings, we got city approvals, got state approvals for boxes, the hotel will be built offsite, shipped in, so we are very close, getting ready to go for the cash. And so we are happy to pay for review and to keep things going and get signatures, as long as I have a way to come back and keep the conversation going. If it's approved contingent upon your engineer saying, yeah, this all makes sense, pay for it, and then we'll give signatures on the easements. And that will satisfy the water management district release out of permit.
You guys got that?
Getting that? Is that your motion?
Yeah, all right. Motion,
yeah. Are you approving it conditionally then?
yes.
Okay. And we'll probably need, if you wouldn't mind, I mean, I don't know at this point, because I don't know if Mr. Pointer is gonna want us to hire Patrick to look at, or, I'm not sure, I guess Rosanna, I can give you Mr. Grimm's contact information.
Okay.
I want Mr. Pointer to make sure that he's comfortable with all of this, and if I am then communicating what the board decided to Mr. Grimm to say, could you please confirm that you're going to pay it's like $490 is what, or
it's the authority to approve that.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna want that in an email from you tomorrow.
I'll just so you know, so Mr. Pointer is part of, I'm a minority partner with the entity as well,
Mhm.
in addition to being a designer. And I have authority to approve.
Okay, good. Very good then. So where you said at the public meeting, we're good. And
This is a resolution that you,
there's resolution 25-08 on the agenda, and if it's approved with those conditions, then
So we have a motion
To approve the resolution conditions that Patrick B is paid as who, or B, depending on what his preference is. That the engineering fee is paid, and the engineer confirms with relay the nearest facts to the appreciations.
Got it.
So we have that motion, second,
I say,
the second, all in favor?
aye.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you for moving me up a little bit. Good night.
You didn't.
Going back to 13A. Are there, after the work order, these action items, July 23rd.
Yeah, that was,
That's
that was already,
order.
yeah, that was already approved, but not, oh, I'm sorry.
Did
No,
they vote on the
no,
resolution number?
no.
We just need a quick motion approving this retroactive to July 23rd for Afton's work order.
Yeah, we had already, that's right, there are.
It's just formal. Doesn't change anything.
But yeah, it's part of the work order. So. We need motion.
I make a motion to approve resolution 2025 on zero.
Motion, and second, we have a second, as a favor. Okay, real estate book property, we're gonna move that to the next meeting. Allied security contract, is that necessary now, is that? Can be,
I can tell you what I found out tonight.
Okay.
And just looking at, because I was curious. Okay, first of all, we can have this conversation absolutely at a future meeting. Right now, the Allied Universal contract has been in place since 2022. There has not been, and I believe even before that, so there has not been any competitive solicitation for the security services in the last few years that I could find. And just like Commissioner Hill said earlier, it is something we should do a request for proposal just to be responsible. The contract automatically renewed August 9th. So it's a 1-year contract so it automatically renewed, but we're not stuck for a year. You can still do an RFP. It has a 30-day termination without cost for convenience. So all we have to do is if we're going with another firm at some point, just terminate the contract with 30 days notice and we're off.
well,
It doesn't even have to be scheduled necessarily for September 10th.
that's not okay. So, no action to that. Okay. The last item, I know, there was. A possible grant, I'm gonna actually call Davis. We can say.
Let's sit down, there's a cross. We will. Look at all this stuff, perfect.
Office manager report, Rosanna.
You all have my report and just, the office will be closed Monday for Labor Day.
What Commissioner Adams, good morning. Well. Commissioner Hill.
We met with our extension mural artist, for originally bringing back.
All right, yes, it's all we have.